everybody back there. Andrew, Melissa, hello. Wow. There is a fly up here somewhere. Welcome everybody here. We're going to go ahead and call to order and get this meeting going. We have several important items on our agenda today that require some good discussion. So with that, we are going to go ahead and ask for a motion to adopt our agenda. Is there a second? Motion and second to adopt our agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. All right, our first item is approval of minutes from the July 14th GPC meeting. Are there any additions, corrections, or is there a motion to adopt approve the minutes?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, first discussion item, open container discussion and direction. This is a follow-up from a meeting we had a few months ago. So Madam Manager, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Several months or so ago, we did discuss this item, and it was referred back to staff to consult with the Attorney's Office in terms of bringing back the original item on open container. We did meet, we have some suggestions to put on the table this afternoon, and Mr. Persons is going to lay it out for us.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Persons, welcome.
Thank you. Andrew Persons, Director of Sustainable Development. In your agenda item description, we, I think, tried to cover essentially the discussion after the Commission's direction. If you recall, the direction was for the Attorney's Office to draft an ordinance to repeal of open container, essentially to go back to pre-COVID, pre-open container days. That is one of the attachments in your backup, which is a full repeal where we would reinstate all of your open container requirements that were there in place. The Commission at the meeting also discussed the possibility of allowing some limited open container or allowing some flexibility with that. There was some discussion about a permit program or something along those lines. Staff from the City Manager's Office and the Office of Equity and Inclusion, we met, we discussed a couple of the different options. We are not recommending setting either a geographic area because there was significant concerns about equity issues, as well as I think some logistics and practical concerns, both with enforcement in terms of somebody steps off of a curb and then suddenly they're out of the area and then subject to open container citation, as well as any issues with actually signing that area. So we're not recommending going with any sort of sub areas or any geographic areas. We did look into the prospect of a permitting program or some sort of permit option. Ultimately, that path is very, very unclear in terms of finding a regulatory path with the city's requirements as well as the state and ABT's requirements. And so we're not recommending any sort of permitting approach. We do have a second option for the Commission to consider, which is scaling back the hours of open container from what they are currently set at 2:30 in the morning back to 11:30 p.m. This would address the concerns about parties getting sort of out of hand after midnight. We chose the 11:30 closing time because that also coincides with when the citywide park closures are. So if there was somebody who is out maybe at Depot Park or whatever having a drink, then the park closes, open container ends. So we thought that was a good hour to pin it to. And so those are essentially it. We have two options, either going back to pre-COVID open container reinstatement, or if Open Container Commission wants to keep provision of open container open, then scaling back the hours to 11:30 is the fairest, simplest, and most equitable approach, I think, as a second option.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Persons. Thank you, Madam Manager. Discussion from the Commission. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. What originally brought this forward was many of the crowd issues that we've been having, or we were having. And I've been checking in with the city manager on a continuing basis, and the crowd issues seem to have gotten better.
It's because of the heat.
Well, it's for it. I mean, that's part of it. We also have the new state ordinance on noise, which was really one of the major things that was causing issues, was that very loud noise was going into adjoining areas. That we've started, I guess not even giving, not enforcing it, but giving,
Citations.
not the citations, we're giving the
Warnings.
warnings. We're giving warnings right now, with citations starting to happen, I think, August 1st. I think we should look at, see these other tools that we have to be able to address the issues. The garage issues have been solved. That was one of the major things. We've dealt with that. So I think a lot of the major issues have been addressed. I think also looking at this ordinance, the portion about kind of the downtown events and having fencing around it, I don't think for the Spring Arts Festival, I don't think you'd be able to have like a glass of wine or a beer, because you'd have to build these fences and things like that too. So it's not just 11:30 this thing adds. It adds a bunch of other restrictions of putting 4-foot fences up and all these other things that I think should not be a part of the ordinance if the commission does want to move forward with changing the time. As far as 11:30, I think if the commission wanted to change the time, I think 2 a.m. would make more sense. That's when bars can't sell. That's when everyone else can't sell. Everyone knows in our city that 2 a.m. is when alcohol stops being able to sell. I think if you asked our city residents what time the parks close, I think probably only 1% or 2% would know that, even less, probably that parks close at 11:30. So I think that would be a more reasonable time. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Andrew, and everyone else who worked on it, including legal. So I don't dislike the time. I think it's the simplest and most objective way to kind of figure out an alternative. I don't mind 11 and coinciding with parks closing. I would argue maybe 11, because last call is usually a little before the bar closes. It should be a little before the park closes. I don't want anyone chugging something and saying, I'm going to go drive home. But I think 11:30 is, maybe it's just me, but what are you doing out past that hour anyway?
Sleeping on the couch if it's me.
Yeah, like, go home, it's 11:30. But I think 11:30 is fair enough to give that economic benefit to the businesses who were kind of deriving some benefit from it. Most of them were enjoying kind of that outside dining opportunity, or even going to parks and being able to sell nearby. So I do appreciate that as an alternative. I think I prefer 11, but I'll take 11:30 if that's the will of the commission. I will agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos about the spacing, though, because I know I had asked like about a restricted area to only this. But I think if it's requiring for every event to kind of put it up, that does bring extra cost to the event itself. So something like the Arts Festival, something like the monthly markets that the How Bazaar puts on, those kinds of events would always require, even if it's not fencing, some kind of barricade, which is just another step that usually things that benefit small businesses have to go through. So I'm not a huge fan of that option, but I do think scaling back the time is the bare minimum. The garage has gotten quieter. It's because the party moved a couple blocks down. And so I think about a month after we had changed the hours of the garage, I was driving around just to see on my own. And yeah, the downtown was dead quiet at 11 o'clock. And I drove a little further and I got stuck in a party and I couldn't get out. And I'm talking about cars 10 feet from someone's door. So even if I turn down the radio because of the noise ordinance, I'm still going to be here drinking on someone's lawn and just being loud with my buddies on someone's lawn, parking on the sidewalk. And I think just anything we can do to discourage that gathering at an hour that is just very inappropriate for people who live in these neighborhoods, I think that's the least we can do here. I don't think anyone's trying to set up a potluck or a neighborhood picnic at midnight. The vast majority of folks who want to enjoy this can enjoy it up until 11:30, but after that, we have nice licensed bars where you can get ID'd and checked out and have a drink and then go home for another couple hours if you want to stay out longer. But beyond that, I think this is a good step forward for our neighbors' peace of mind and sleep, and for GPD to be able to, have, how to put this, scale this back with some tool to kind of shut down parties that are getting out of hand, or folks that are setting up impromptu parties in neighborhood areas. They're not from there. They're just setting up there because they can't park in the garage. So I think this gives a tool to GPD, it gives some peace of mind to our neighbors, and it then frees up GPD to do their job the rest of the night. So I'm good moving forward with this, and we remove the special event permit restricting portion. And I'm trying to find what part that is, and I know it's the one with the map, but I can't remember what page it is.
Mr. Mayor?
Page 6, I think?
If I may, yeah, I think, so, I think a couple of things. The alcohol permit section of the ordinance, that was struck through when this was repealed. And I don't think we have any issue with striking that out. We'd still have the ability as the city to impose permit conditions separately from the ordinance, so I don't think that there's anything that we're sort of losing by striking that out. And then the sort of next steps, depending on commission direction, we would still need to bring back the ordinance at a regular hearing for any revisions, if that's the will of the commission. So there would be still time to make any changes to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Dave?
Yeah, I just have some questions. So if the commission decides to reinstate this ordinance, what is the effect going to be on the streetery program?
Andrew?
So essentially, we have several businesses that are within the streetery area. Right now, because we don't have open container laws, essentially anyone who is, getting served in those locations can, take their drink and, walk around anywhere essentially. One potential, sort of weird outcome if the commission were to reinstate, the full open container law again, those businesses may have their outdoor area where they're allowed to serve in where the customers are sitting, but they would actually have to extend that through their ABT permit to include that. So you could end up with this weird situation where you have a business with outdoor seating, which is perfectly allowed, somebody, having a drink, but they can't walk outside of that area, even though if we kept the streetery in place, the whole road would be closed. It would be a very weird situation for a patron to come and be like, well, I gotta stay within this imaginary line. I can't walk, out here where the city's closed the street essentially because now I'm in violation of the law. So it would be a little bit weird if we did one thing and then kept the streetery in place.
Yeah, thank you for that. That is sort of what I expected to hear, because the whole problem with the ordinance in the first place has been selective enforcement. All the discretion is upon the responding officers. The officers get to decide whether or not they're going to enforce this law, whether they're going to ticket someone. And my concern is if we go down the path of permitting, if we go down the path of it's okay in some places and not some others, I mean, from what I've heard from the commission, it sounds like we're trying to curb certain behavior, but it sounds as though we are risking people who are just trying to make our downtown a better place. And this commission set up the streetery program through the request of businesses to assist them. So I think we're just making things very difficult for downtown. I think this would be a step backwards. I think it would be a mistake. And I really don't want to see the commission move forward on this. I think y'all's heart is in the right place. Y'all want to address the issue of overcrowding, of noise, of folks who can't handle their fair share. But, those issues existed long before we repealed the open container ordinance. And so, I think this is just a step that is unnecessary. It's not going to solve the issues that you're trying to solve. You're going to continue to receive these complaints. You're going to continue to see these issues. And on top of it, you're going to be penalizing the folks downtown who have been trying really, really hard to revitalize a space that basically went dead during quarantine. So we really have to, I really want us to at least not give direction to bring back an ordinance, because I don't think we've addressed that issue well enough of what are we going to do about the businesses who have been benefiting from the repeal, and how it's revitalized our downtown and how much attention we're paying to downtown now. So like I said, I think y'all's hearts are in the right place, but I don't think this is really going to actually address the issue. I've not seen evidence that it will. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How many other cities have we looked at and exploring this? I think I'd like more information before asking for an ordinance, but if we could look at other college cities in Florida. Everybody likes to compare Gainesville to Athens. I'd like to know what's happening there. But I think I would like more information before proceeding, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that's a fair request. Commissioner Gordon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, I'm interested in hearing what the public has to say about it, but I would like to know more about what other towns do that are like us. And there's really only one in Florida that's like us. But I'm interested in folks who have tried something and had success with it. I love the streeteries. I think it's a great concept. But to be exceptionally clear, what I was trying to solve with this when we had the discussion a couple months ago was less about downtown than about neighborhoods. Because we have had significant problems in neighborhoods that maybe it was coincidental, but the real issues started when we repealed public container. So that's my greater concern. The question is, how do we solve that and make downtown and maintain the streeteries downtown? That's my question. That's what I'm looking to solve. It's about the neighborhoods because they have experienced significant problems. And maybe they're coincidental, but I don't think they are. So that's what I'm trying to solve and have been trying to solve with this. But yes, getting more information certainly is better. I don't feel at this point like I'm ready to make a recommendation. I wish that I was. I would love to get this moved on and done, but I'm not there right now. I'm really interested in hearing what the public has to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Walker?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So like many of my colleagues, I'm not ready to make a decision or a recommendation today either. And very much concerned about the neighborhoods, but I also want to make it very clear that I am also concerned about the public safety issue. I'm concerned about the police department. The police department that told us at the very beginning when we started having these conversations recently that they are already overburdened and unfortunately understaffed. And if I think we look at when this was first brought, unfortunately we have even fewer police officers now than we did then. So I'm hoping that we won't make a decision today and that whatever conversations, hopefully more conversations will ensue in the future that not only include the community but also that include the police department. Because at the end of the day, whatever happens in terms of enforcement is going to depend on them and the resources that they have. I don't want to put our community or our police department in harm's way with anything or in any way. And I think that their voice is essential in terms of helping us chart a path forward with whatever we do. Whether it is moving forward with some variation of this, which I think everybody knows where I stood from the very beginning. But at the end of the day, I think more voices have got to be considered and have got to be around the table for us to be able to make the kind of decision that is going to be most beneficial to everybody that's going to be impacted by this. So, consider police department, I don't want to make a decision on anything today.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Mr. Saka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Mr. Person, you said that this proposal would be citywide, so we're not picking any one area to enforce, so.
Correct.
It's just scaled back everywhere. There would still be equal access to this opportunity for all businesses.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know, I don't get out much, do you know if any of the spaces, any of the businesses right on the streetery, exclusively on the streetery, if that's the issue, do you know if any of them, I think some of the folks are here, are open past 11:30?
I assume so, but I think, as you said, some of them are here, they've been probably with.
Okay, so I'd be interested, like, by how much more?
Yeah, I'm guessing probably 2.
And,
Vendors are here.
Yeah, we'll let them
Yeah.
speak. to-
yeah, but that's a question I'd be interested, just how much later than that? Because at the end, I do also think about those folks who, I recall last time, one of our tenants, who we are responsible for, that, I have to clean up broken bottles, and I have to clean up just everything. And that's why when I first made this motion months ago, I said, I want all staff. I don't want just planning and GPD, and I want public works, I want solid waste. I want everyone here because it's more than just folks are partying here. It's a lighting issue, it's a trash issue, it's just every kind of department really should have weighed in on the suggestions. And I'm assuming that's what happened.
Yes.
That everyone kind of gave their view on it, and this was the best objective option that could be presented to us.
Exactly.
Might not be the one that everyone wants and everyone's 100% happy with, but no one's ever, you can't make everyone 100% happy. So I can count, and I can see that it will not have support, but I also don't like doing nothing. I don't like doing nothing. But just sitting here and saying, it's bad, we should do something, but let's do exactly nothing is a terrible choice. I'd rather try something, and if it doesn't work, we think of something else, but I'd rather try something when the thing we have isn't working, and this isn't working. Yeah, downtown's fine now, allegedly, but if you go down a couple blocks, there are people sending us emails about how they can't sleep. We have officers who are somehow in a worse situation than when we were at the streetery and downtown in those parking lots. That doesn't help anyone. It did get a lot of trouble out of the garage, that's a good thing, but it doesn't solve the problem. I don't think this would solve the problem, but I think it makes it less bad. I think it discourages a lot of, the later party. I think it discourages noise and broken bottles and parties outside of a random family's home at 2 in the morning. I think it gives GPD an earlier time when they can start telling people, you need to empty that bottle, you need to throw it away, or you're going to get a ticket. It gives them a better tool for that. So I think this is better than nothing. I think it's better than what we have now. I love the concept of folks being able to go out and enjoy it, but I don't think we can keep it how it is right now. I do want to still hear from folks, but I think right now, given the problems we've been facing, scaling it back in time is the least we can do to kind of help GPD and our neighbors without harming our businesses too much, if at all. I want to say, like, a lot of places will be closed by 11:30 on a Tuesday. I don't know who's open past 11:30 serving alcohol on a Tuesday. But I don't go out, so I don't know. But I am interested in hearing from folks, but I would have been comfortable, but I don't think I'd have a second here, so once you give your comments, Mr. Mayor, if you're okay listening to the public before any motions are made. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Chesney?
Thank you. I'd like to hear more from Commissioner Ariola on the streeteries, your thoughts there, and then I have a question.
Just sort of in general. I can wax poetic about it all day.
Well, I don't want you to wax poetically all day.
I mean, I think they've been a great success. I think that I talked to a business owner who said that 80% of his business is now outside because of the streetery program. And so I just don't want to put them in a weird place where they feel as though they're potentially asking customers to break the law just because of a rule change. So in the long run, I'd like to see the streeteries become permanent downtown. I'd like us to have more streeteries throughout all downtown. And if we have a difficult understanding between businesses, employees, and customers about where you can legally be holding an alcoholic beverage of any kind, I just think that puts us in a really, I think that puts them in a difficult place. I think it puts us in a difficult place in explaining it. I mean, you heard our own staff said, oh, this is sort of a weird area. I don't want that. I don't want this is a weird area to be the official statement of the city of Gainesville. So I think that we have work to do. Like I said, I think that there is, I suggested we, prohibit containers in parking garages and parking lots. I think there are things that we can do that can curb some of the negative behavior that I'm hearing from the commission, from the community. But I don't think the solution is to just reinstate it.
I think if we take no action today, so what is exactly in place if we take no action today?
Essentially, exactly as it is today, where there's no change. I did want to mention just about the streetery.
That's one
There will be a discussion on your August 4th meeting in the morning on the streetery specifically.
Okay.
And Commissioner, even if we did take action today, there would not be a change for
Correct.
at least 6 weeks.
Okay.
Because we need to, it's an ordinance, it's first and second reading, we've got a recess in there. So, I mean,
Okay. Well.
nothing would change today.
Nothing would change today.
Yes.
I like Commissioner Duncan Walker's recommendation, and that is to bring the police and our staff and bring the vendors together. Again, perhaps if they've been together, but bring them back together so we can hear from them as to what they think is best. And I really want information from college towns. Really like to see that, and I'll make a motion for that. I'd like to make a motion on that, and getting that information.
Okay,
So, Mr. Mayor, the only component that we really have not included here would be the vendors. The police department has been a core part of that, of course, along with the city attorney's office and Mr. Libby. So we would just need to bring the vendors in to just kind of form this out more.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I want to see that.
Very
Thank
good,
you.
thank you. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the things that kind of brought up with the police department was they needed tools to deal with these issues. And the city, you're saying the city hasn't done anything, and we're taking no action, but we have. We have new cleanup. We have cleanup 7 days a week now. That wasn't there before. We have a new state law on noise ordinance. You can't be loud more than 25 feet in a car. That's a very big difference in a law. And we've only been giving warnings for 28 days now, and we'll start enforcing it in a couple days. I think Commissioner Earl brought up, we should look at all these different tools we have. Let's exhaust these other tools before we take more drastic action. And I think the noise ordinance that's a very, very strong noise ordinance that will, I think, significantly make it better. People will not have loud parties and loud driving around neighborhoods with that ordinance.
I'll let you know when school starts.
Yeah, and I mean, it's 25, well, people could do it in the house, but not the driving around, which has been the issue. And we have been having these issues before. I mean, before this, one of the constant complaints was loud parties and driving around throughout the city. When I was in college, I remember going to lots of parties in neighborhoods and causing a lot of, it was not nice. But we didn't have the ordinance, and we didn't have open container down in areas and stuff like that. And we would have gone downtown instead of going to a party if we had that. The busiest our downtown is at 11:30, 12, 1 o'clock at night. There are thousands of people there. It is way busier than any time we have during the day. Well, I mean, that's our downtown. I don't think that's a problem. That's our downtown. I mean, we have thousands of people in our city who want to partake, and they want to have fun in different ways. And that's the city that we are when the university moved here. I mean, we're not the villages. We are, and I think that what comes of that is
If you've never been to the village,
they do party hard.
they
I'm sorry. I take
do
that back.
party, probably more than we do. But that's not our jurisdiction, so.
We get some information back on the villages. And so, to Commissioner Ariela's point on downtown and supporting our downtown does compete with other areas of the city. And one of those areas is Celebration Point, which is seeing a lot of usage, and a lot of the people who would have come downtown are now going there from the west. They allow open container there throughout the area. And so we are competing. So by not having the same kind of things in both places, we make our downtown at a disadvantage. So I think we need to look at all things and just in terms of that. Thank you, Mayor.
Harvey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what we're doing here is talking about 5 or 6 different issues, as if they're all one thing, and they're not one thing. We're talking about downtown management, and we absolutely need to think of downtown separately, because downtown is not the same as every other neighborhood in Gainesville. And it needs different resources and different thinking on it. What we're not talking enough about is how any of this affects neighborhoods. Maybe the noise ordinance, the noise statute will change things. I'm not sure that the level of strictness of that statute continues to stand up, but we'll see. We'll see where that goes over time. We know that what happens downtown in Gainesville in July is entirely different from what happens in Gainesville starting in September, late August. So we're going to see some different behaviors soon enough. I am, again, I think I said before today, I enjoy the streetery. One of the streeteries has been, I think, very successful. One has been successful for one business and has gotten complaints from neighbors. So they're not all created equal. You know, each one needs to be thought about a little differently. So that's a whole other thing that we're going to talk about next week. And I think that's a really useful discussion. And it's part of, it affects what we're talking about here, but it's not all of what we're talking about here. So yes, I support going to find more information, and I really do want to hear what bar and restaurant owners have to say about the things that are before us now and potentially on the table before we take action. So, but let's be careful about trying to solve every issue with an open container ordinance, because they're not all the same thing.
Mr. Mayor, it is a good opportunity to plug. Not only will you talk about streetery on the 4th, you'll also be talking about the final adoption of your downtown strategic plan, which also,
Right.
to Commissioner Ward's point, also ties a lot of these things in together as well.
Yeah, I think next week is probably the right time to have the discussion, because we're talking about, and we'll have information in front of us on so many more things, rather than moving this forward today and then next week saying, oh yeah, I wish we had taken action on that last week when we're talking about everything today. Just something to consider. I also, while we are talking briefly about streeteries, we need to make some decisions on what we're going to do with that, because we got to about 80% and said this is good enough and left it there for 2.5 years. If we're going to commit to streeteries, let's commit to streeteries and not these big traffic barriers that look like a war zone unnecessarily. We need to make some real decisions about what we want it to be moving forward. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Y'all, don't worry about the comment. I'll get you. So you don't have to turn them in if you don't want to. We got a few enough people here. Okay, I'm gonna start with an anecdote. I'm gonna follow by a historical reference, and then we'll go to the public. I'm okay getting more information. I'm thankful that my colleagues are all being considerate and thoughtful about this, and looking for a path forward. Just a couple nights ago, I'm in my living room reading, sort of before dusk, after dinner, before dusk. Two of our neighborhood families met up and were strolling around the neighborhood with their young kids and themselves, and they had beverages in their hand. They were adult beverages. They were not disturbing anybody. They were having a great time. They were enjoying the weather. They were not a nuisance or a bother to anybody. It's not what's in the container that's the problem. It's the other disruptive and ancillary activities that people call us about. Going back to some of the issues that Commissioner Sacco cited, like people parking on sidewalks. We shouldn't allow that anywhere ever. It drives me nuts. Chief, you've had an exciting first week. Congratulations, by the way. Between your wonderful ceremony on Monday and then the Police Review Council and now this, you're starting off with full gusto, and we appreciate that. Noise should not be tolerated where it's disturbing other people. It's, when I used to teach, when we get into, constitutional law and First Amendment rights, it's the old, fist in the nose. My right to extend my fist ends where your nose begins, right? Your right to listen to whatever music you want ends where you're forcing me to listen to it as well. So there are many enforcement tools that can help us protect neighborhood integrity and keep the peace without implementing more layers of law that historically have been used discriminatorily. When we look at the history of the last several years of this, it has overwhelmingly been enforced against black and brown men and against the homeless. And if at any point the commission were to re-implement this, I would want the city manager's office and the Office of Equity and Inclusion to look at the monthly reports, and if there is any overrepresentation of our neighbors who are either houseless or are black and brown, that be brought immediately to the attention of both the chief and the commission. Because there has been a historical inequity in enforcement of these rules. It is on paper. And that was my problem with it in the first place. This came about because we did want to offer some latitude to our local businesses who were just struggling to stay afloat during COVID. But what we found in doing that research is a very unjust way of enforcing it historically. And so more information I'm fine with. I'm even willing to consider an earlier cutoff time. I think that there could be ways to make that work. But at the end of the day, it's not the open container. It's the other highly disruptive behaviors that we do have rules against, and there are ways to enforce, and we need to focus on those. And that's what's going to make a difference in our neighborhoods without adversely affecting any one particular group of people or any one sort of geographical area of our city unfairly. So that I think should be our North Star. How do we keep our neighborhoods peaceful and safe without, inequitably impacting groups that historically have seen that injustice. So with that, do you want to wait for a motion until after we hear from folks? Is that okay? Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so we'll take folks who have thoughts on this. Don't worry about it if you didn't sign a card. I think we have a small enough number of people here that we can handle it. And you might see the clock on the wall here. That just lets you know when you have 1 minute left, and then when time runs out, a red light will come on. Go ahead, please introduce yourself, and love to hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Robert Mounts. First, thank you for your great speech for Lonnie Scott the other night. And thank you, Commissioner Sacco, for raising this issue and for taking the time to go downtown yourself late at night and see what takes place. That was very encouraging to a lot of folks. I think it's a step in the right direction to cut it back to some hour before midnight, although midnight actually could be easier for folks to remember. but it doesn't solve the whole problem. As you probably know, I've got 43 years experience either in the military, in JAG, in OSI, or as an international relations advisor to forces in Korea, dealing with young people between the age of 18 and 25, where the big problem is, particularly as late night when it gets later at night, and particularly after midnight. And so the real problem to me is dealing with that age group. It's not dealing with your neighbors, Mayor Poe, who are obviously over 30. It's not dealing even with Commissioner Hayes Santos' neighbors, who are in 30-something neighborhood. It's the people under 25. Insurance companies know that. That's why their rates are higher. So to me, one possible solution is to frankly say anybody under 25 is subject to the open container ordinance. That's one way to do it. I also don't think it should threaten the streeteries. I think when you have a defined space like that the innkeepers and the bar owners kind of manage and control, they still have the responsibility and liability in the event there's a problem. And when you have a streetery, it's kind of a defined area, I don't see a problem with that. Shouldn't threaten that. But I've also been authorized by Abe Goldman, who is the current president of the University Park Neighborhood Association, to tell you this. We continue to be affected by larger, louder, and more dangerous alcohol-fueled parties, which include underage and excessive drinking by young people, with hazards both to the partygoers and neighborhood residents. In the absence of any geographic limits to the permissive open container policy, the options available to police to try to manage the scale and impacts of these events is unduly restricted. A slightly shorter time frame might be helpful for downtown areas, but only minimally mitigates the potential duration, but not the scale, number, and frequency of the increasingly disruptive events we've recently experienced and expect to proliferate this fall and beyond in University Park. So I appreciate Commissioner Ward now expressing concern for the neighborhoods. You've been out on the campaign trail, you've heard the people. I regret the original decision back in August a year ago to limit it to just between 2:30 and 7 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm Jack Carter. This is part 2 of the last speech that I made when I came up here the last time this item was before this commission. Most cities, because of the negative impact that drinking on public property has, limit the area in which this activity is legal to do so. Because this ordinance allows public drinking on city property citywide, it should be rescinded or placed on a voter referendum where the voters would have a chance to decide whether or not they want this current ordinance in the city of Gainesville. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Tana Silva. I was actually going to speak on this, but I'm here. And I want to because in the beginning, my big concern was the pressure that already is on young people growing up in this city to party, and party means more and more, drinking and whatever else activities. And, rescinding the open container ordinance, I think one of the commissioners, maybe Commissioner Ariola said, word was out all over the place, come to Gainesville and party. And that decision to rescind the open container makes that even worse. As far as selective enforcement, I can tell you many, many stories of selective enforcement against Black people in this city, right in front of my house, including. And one of them was many years ago, off of Fifth Avenue, a man was telling me that he was sitting on his porch drinking a beer, and a cop came up and told him to get back in his house if he was going to drink a beer on his own front porch. And at the same time, right down the street, a block away, was a party, a keg party of, probably lots of underage people who were not Black. And, you want stories about that, I think Robert Mounts is completely correct. Mayor Poe, you and your neighbors are not in any danger of selective enforcement of somebody walking down the street with a beard. Well, okay, have it your way, as you usually do. But anyway, the pressure on the youth in this town is bad enough already, and we're seeing a lot of repercussions of that with the disturbances of the past couple of years. The effect on the streeteries should not be a concern. Before the ordinance was rescinded, there was outdoor drinking in front of the businesses, the very few businesses who have, sidewalk presence. And I think this has something to do with UF's downtown plan, frankly. I don't see Celebration Point as any kind of threat or competition to downtown.
Thank you.
What I want to talk about takes more than 3 minutes, but I'm trying. My name is Zara Biaznejad. I see you guys talking about alcohol. What's problem your town has is not just alcohol. Young people just don't take alcohol. They have lots of other stuff. So you got to stop drugs, drug dealing, killing. Police department have to do their job. People have to get charged with murder. 3 men killed my son. 3 years I kept quiet because everybody says they are charging them and they're going to get in trouble because we have a lot of proof. With a lot of evidence and proof, they still flee. One of them got charged 10 years, not for the murder he done. All I got was, sorry, I harmed your family. No. You guys have to do the job. I am sorry. I am a mother hurts. I cannot keep quiet no more. Alcohol goes with drugs, guns, stealing from the police officers' cars. Mr. Chief, call me. I want to sit
you
with you.
need to address to me. Okay.
Okay. I am angry. I'm sorry. I am.
That's okay. Just address to me.
This is wrong. These people have to bring to justice. I want justice for my son. They kept me quiet. Why? If you talk about race, I feel discriminated. My son grew up here. They were making fun of his being Muslim Christian. Why? He could be anything. I didn't force him to be Muslim. He became Christian freely. This is free country. That's why I'm here. When they're talking about town, community, you're right, I agree with you. It started with the community. My son said police scared to go to there. Why? Why my son has to say that? Because he sees it. They shoot him from the back. When he said, I don't want to do anything with you guys, they shoot him from the back. He didn't want to do anything with them. I kept quiet 3 years. Why? Because your town wants to have party? No. Money is not important. Life is important. My son's life is important. Please, I can't just sit down and do nothing. I'm protesting until I get justice for my son. No race. I got the best hug from Miss Duncan. I love him. My son loves black people. It has nothing to do with the race. He has a, since they brought the race, it shouldn't be about race. Justice. 3 men killed my son, happened to be black, but they have to be justice.
Ma'am, thank you. I'm so terribly sorry about your.
Sorry, it doesn't work, Mr. Mayor. I want action.
I understand, and we can't do anything about that particular situation today.
I know, but I never seen in your meeting be discussion about killing,
Yes, ma'am.
gun violence.
Thank you.
Safety is same. I lost my son's life.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm terribly sorry about that. I really am. And we will be talking
Can I have
about-
answer? What happened if happened to you guys? What would you do?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I don't know the answer to that. I really don't. That's a terrible situation. But
Let someone handle it who knows the answer. Federal told me to come here and tell you guys, watch the law,
Thank
make
you.
the law, because you
Thank
guys make the law.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Federal department told me to come address it to you guys.
Thank you. Okay, and we will. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you for being here and telling us about that tragic story. Would anybody else like to speak on this particular issue?
I'm Danny Hughes. I own Lucy's Downtown. I was heavily involved in the streetery program. As far as I know, I'm the first person that said out loud, let's repeal open container in a meeting. And I'm also going to predicate all of my statements on, ma'am, I don't know your story, and none of this is intended. I don't know anything about what happened to you and your son. And I don't mean to. I just want her to understand that everything I'm saying is not reflective of anything she just said.
Thank you.
I think that's appropriate because that was very emotional. And the overarching idea that the behavior of drinking for the utilitarian factor of getting intoxicated has to be retired. I've been saying this for 3 years. 2.5 years, since we started doing this streetery outdoor drinking in open container, I've been talking about this. The culture has drastically changed. We don't pile in bars and pile on shots of whiskey anymore. We have incredible cocktail bars. We have incredible restaurants in this town. We have great wine programs. It is more than just piling 80 proof alcohol down your throat to get drunk. There's a much larger culture around this, and I think that generally speaking, we need to, like, as a group, wrap our heads around that. I think that we've heard a lot about enforcement. I've been hearing about enforcement since the parking garage kind of exploded one night, but I don't see how, if we can't enforce one law, how making more ordinances makes ordinance any simpler. And I know that I brought this up before, and I know that other folks have said there's more to it, and I'd like to hear it. I've been a little bit out of the loop. I've been sick. I had COVID. Restaurants are busy, so I'm trying to kind of catching up. Equity, I heard a lot about equity, and I've heard a lot about equity since this conversation started with streetery back in 2020 in April, I believe it was. And repealing open container for us means that to remain equitable, that the street closures in Midtown and open container and during game days would have to go away if you want to talk about fairness and equity. And I think that's something that I brought up many times. I've gotten some blank stares a couple times. I don't know what the answer is there, but it's something that I think is important. The time limits on it, I don't know. I mean, we're open until midnight most nights. Sometimes we're open until 1. Our neighbors are open until 2. Sometimes we close at 11. We're allowed to stay open until 2. We don't do that because our clientele leaves at 11:30 or 12. How this affects everyone, there's other people in this room that have other establishments that are open later than mine, and it might affect theirs wildly different. And brought it up, we got 80% of the way there. Instead of trying to commission a committee and a group to vote on things and allocate a budget, just let us finish the street. I'll do it. You just have to tell me it's okay for me to do it. I've asked to paint those barricades a number of times, I've been told no. Part of the situation is beautification, but the real issue, I think, when you're talking about what we're doing and why we're doing it here is not what, but who. And I think that's been brought up a few times. I'm going to try not to go too far, but it's about who.
Yeah, and
alcohol's not a problem because I don't have a problem with alcohol. My business doesn't have a problem outside.
About it, yeah. So, but thank you. I mean, you've been very actively engaged in this from the beginning. So thank you.
How you doing? My name's Eric Zika. I've been a downtown business owner, Midtown, I've been involved in everything for the last 20 years or so. I was heavily involved in the streetery program, like Mr. Hughes and everyone else actually created the logo, everything along those lines. So we came up with this, and I just have a point about the whole police. If it's so understaffed right now and it actually does get eradicated and go away, how do they think they're going to actually police people walking around and not knowing that? So that's one point. It's going to become extremely difficult to police that. Number two, I kind of have a proposal that might work. We're solving everyone's problems. Of course, it's not going to be everyone, but of the majority that I think would work well. Cities all over the country, they have designated entertainment districts, especially ones that have adopted open container. So downtown, midtown, wherever retail, you can designate those areas. It would be really easy to do so. And then we are very used to all the bars doing, excuse me, we do last call at 1:45, 1:30. We're used to making everyone have to throw their drinks away and get them out. So we could do, for all those entertainment districts, 1:30, 1:45, whatever you want to do, that's no problem. And then for neighborhoods, to Mr. Post's point, I live in Hale Plantation. I go on a walk with my son and daughter and my wife. We enjoy having a beer, whatever it may be. Make that 11:30 everywhere else. Like, it'd be extremely easy, it'd be fair for everyone, and I don't know. I just think that is that could potentially help. Obviously, it's a whole different proposal, but it's something to think about. And then also, with the whole COVID thing, I mean, who knows when that's going to end? It's rampant again. People are getting it all over. So, like, we can't just blindly end everything with all of these issues still up in arms. I mean, we've all lost so much money as it is. That could happen again. We don't know what's going to happen. So I think we just have to, you know, really think about it and make the proper decision for everyone. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody else for this topic?
I do have just real quick, Athens, Georgia and College Station, Texas, both have open container.
Thanks.
And they're analogous.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I'll, yeah, I actually have a monthly call with mayors from both those cities as well as a few others, so I can ask them to share their experiences with us. Good.
Hi there, Kim Tanzer, and I'm here for the next issue, but I feel compelled to speak. First of all, I'd like to thank Commissioner Sacco for taking on a difficult issue and for being responsive, as I understand it, to our police department, which seems to be stressed to the breaking point for many reasons, not only this reason, but also this reason. I go downtown quite a bit for lunch, for dinner, including to restaurants in the Streetery area, and maybe because I usually leave by 10 o'clock, I very rarely see anyone, not anyone, but very many people. I also attend restaurants and other things in dozens of downtowns throughout the United States. And as you recall, Emiliano's had drinking and eating on the sidewalk across the street for decades. And we have wide sidewalks where the restaurants that are affected downtown are now. So I don't understand why they just can't put tables out on the sidewalks as other places do in other cities. I guess what strikes me about this conversation is how much effort the city is making to clean up after people who are drunk, to protect citizens who are being threatened with violence apparently because of drunkenness and so forth. I know we have a lot of college students. We've always had a lot of college students. I've always lived in college towns, and the degree of, I don't know, contributing to the worst impulses of kids who are in their 20s or now in their 30s or maybe their 40s is really striking here. I think that if you want downtown to be vibrant for a variety of people, it needs to be appealing to people from the age of 2 to the age of 80 or 90. And what you seem to be doing is really cultivating a group of people who come out after 10 o'clock at night and stay until they're too drunk to walk home, I guess, at 2 in the morning or something like that. I hope you'll consider what making a good town looks like. And I travel to a lot of them, as I know many of you do. And the kind of culture that you're creating here is not one I've seen anywhere else before. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Gary Gordon. I think there's a lot of good thinking going on here, and I think part of the good thinking is to not specifically take an action immediately, but to get some more information, as Commissioner Chestnut suggested, and others seem to be moving in that direction. There is an urgency because there is a problem. In talking with the chief before the meeting, I think a distinction can be made between the Home Depot parking lot at 2 in the morning and downtown at midnight. He was telling me about a party that was going on in that parking lot, or the parking lot at Wawa on 13th Street. I mean, there are places, and cities do this all over, that say, in one of the previous speakers, entertainment districts, areas where certain things are accepted within reason, within regulation, and other areas where it's just not acceptable. I live in a neighborhood that's quiet, but I don't live that far from that Home Depot. So I was surprised to even hear about that, and I certainly would have been surprised to drive by there. many of you know I used to be a musician. I used to play in all these places downtown. Well, most of them don't exist anymore. They've turned over. I only saw in the whole time I was playing music one fight. In the whole time I was doing that. Another time I stepped out of a bar that was on University Avenue. I was playing there, stepped out with a Coca-Cola. Cop pulled up. You got to get rid of that drink. It's Coca-Cola. Pour it out. So I poured it out. You know, there are reasonable regulations that can be enacted. And changing the time to an earlier time in certain areas to match with the park closures, 11:30, as one person suggested, around the community, might be a good idea. Determining certain entertainment districts where it can go a little bit later, but not necessarily until 1:30 or 2 in the morning, that might be reasonable also. I think you've heard a lot of good thinking, and I don't know if I've contributed to it, but it's important that you hear what everybody is saying. The streeteries are very popular, but people want downtown to be safe as well as enjoyable for a certain age group. So keep that all in mind, and maybe something will come back in a couple of weeks and we'll have a better idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for this topic? Okay, we'll come back to the commission. Commissioner Chestnut, I know you were interested in a motion, but first there are a couple other comments or questions. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just to, one of the speakers brought up COVID, I mean, and I think that's why this has kind of been enacted in the first place. 85%, or actually, I think it's actually 90% of the people around this table are wearing a mask. COVID it's still here. And nothing gets, I'm just pointing that we have.
I'm the
I'm not talking, we're kind of talking.
We're not as all...
Now we're at 100%.
We're not as all handsome.
You prove my point even more. 100% of this table is wearing by reducing the hours and lowering it, we will then drive people in. They're still going to go out. They're just going to go inside of tight, enclosed places that a lot of bars have poor ventilation as well. So I think that's one thing for us to consider, and this is moving people into, they'll still be there, they'll just go into spaces, and that will then help drive transmission. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Saka?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Manager, may I borrow Mr. Persons for a couple questions?
Yes.
Mr. Persons? Hi. So some of our neighbors mentioned a couple things, and I think I know the answer, but I want to clarify them with you, just because you're the expert. The restaurants that have service outside on sidewalks, that's through regulation with ABT, I think? It's not through us, it's through the state.
It's both, actually. We have a sidewalk cafe regulations in the city, which allows for businesses to place outdoor tables and serve alcohol within those areas as well as food. That is actually part of their liquor license, either through like a 2 COP, which is beer and wine, or a 4 COP, or if they're a restaurant, there's a vast gamut of alcohol permits that the state issues. But essentially, with their permit, they show those outdoor areas as part of like their controlled area. And then we, as the city, we're one of the sign-offs for zoning. So it's a combination of both state and city regulations.
You'd need that liquor license first. We don't just say like, go for it.
Right, we could, but typically it's for a restaurant, there's always usually beer or wine that goes with that as well, so.
Thank you. And as far as districts, because I know I had brought it up before, I know other places do it, and the reason we didn't go with with one particular district or pockets of districts is because it would give an unfair economic advantage by the city pre-selecting which businesses could have this, I'm going to say economic benefit, as opposed to other businesses. So we are pre-selecting who gets benefit, and that's not equitable.
Correct, and that was ultimately, when you set areas, there's both the sort of your winners or losers inside or outside. And then there's also logistical concern about how do you delineate those areas, both from an enforcement standpoint, again, stepping off the curb, you're in trouble, you're on the curb, you're okay, as well as, how do you sign it, how do you essentially police those limits of the area.
That works at a place like Celebration Point because it's a mall. Once you leave the mall, you know you've left the mall.
And Celebration Point is all generally speaking, private property as well, so.
Thank you. It's not so easy to like just walk and be like, oh, continuing the city, that's beautiful. It's like, oh no, I've left the property, now it's ugly. Can you tell me just a little bit more about, so I hear my colleagues that want more information. I'm never against more information. I like learning. But I'm going to assume y'all didn't show up here after May with just an idea that you didn't research or compare or talk to other cities. So can you give us some more of that? Because we have the ordinance, we have kind of the, but can you give us the bulk of the body of the actual work you did and the info you already have and did go get?
Yeah,
before today.
We're happy to provide that. I was looking back because I believe like the former city manager had his office do some research in terms of other jurisdictions. There are not a whole ton of jurisdictions in Florida that have it. A few do allow for open container. Some have it, in limited areas. But we were happy to pull that information for you.
If possible, if we could have that as well, because I get the feeling we're not going to have resolution today.
Sure, and I would say, ultimately, information is great. It wouldn't change at least in terms of staff's recommendation, what we presented to you today.
Thank you, Mr. Persons.
Sure.
I think maybe you'll agree with me here, and like as a professional, like this is staff's recommendation because we don't have a whole lot of other better options that we could find.
Yeah, I think just, as I explained, we looked at all the different sort of options. Ultimately, from all the reasons that we talked about, from staff's perspective, if the commission decides to keep open container allowances, that looking at hours is ultimately the fairest, simplest, and most equitable way to do it, as opposed to geographic areas or trying to think through some sort of permitting type of scenario.
Thank you, Mr. Persons.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, to my colleagues, Mr. Persons, right, this is the one that's easier on staff. It's the one that's least complex for businesses. You don't have to file for anything. You don't have to be approved or renew anything. It just is. But it also cuts some slack for GPD and our neighbors. I know alcohol is not the problem. Most things are not the problem in and of themselves. It's how people use them. But a fun thing we learned in law school is there's usually a rule because someone did something. And we may all be annoyed at the rule existing, but it's because someone caused a scenario that now we can't have it like that anymore. The people who are going to cram themselves into a bar at 1 in the morning are going to cram themselves into a bar in the morning. When I've gone out, these aren't people who go into a bar and then sit outside with their drink. They're bringing their own bottles out of their car and drinking in our neighborhoods. So regulating this, I do not see it as the problem, as a problem to those bars that are still operating after 11:30. Because those folks aren't going inside the bar to buy a $10 cocktail. They're holding a bottle that they already brought and are going to enjoy. I wish we could do something today, ideally because, as you said, Mr. Mayor, it would be weeks before anything actually happens. And I had hoped that we could resolve this over the summer to have GPD in a better position before the students come back. We're currently missing 30,000 people in our city. When another 30, 40,000 people come back in, it's going to be, weather cools down, we get thousands more people in, we get football games, this is going to be worse. Whatever slight lull we got in the summer is not going to be there in 2 months, and GPD can only get new officers so fast. because we want them to be well-trained, not just giving a badge to anyone who walks in. I think this is a small step that can help. And if we want to keep talking about other enforcement and see how all the other tools complement each other and work, I'm not against that. But I want to be able to do something, and I think this is a small, minuscule step that can do a lot of good when put with all the other tools. But I don't think I have a second for a motion, so thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move to refer to staff to continue working on the open container ordinance by researching other college, university towns and their policies, and 2, convene meetings with vendors, police, and staff to determine a path forward.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if we could also look at European college towns as well. I mean, just looking at college towns in general, we don't have to look at the United States. We can look at Canada, other places like that that have similar things. I think it's getting ideas of what it's like.
Mr. Mayor, can we
Yeah.
just have the flexibility of staff?
Yes.
Yes.
And doing the best we can to bring back what we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
We would love for you to have the ability to do your job properly.
We'll give you specific coordinates on the Indian subcontinent.
Too much time.
Only college towns who are winning so many national championships.
Oh, yes.
So
Okay, well-
us this fall is what you say.
Thank you for the discussion. This is tough. There are many things that we all assume are natural and normal because that's the way they have always been. And that's the way we've grown up with them. And so asking us to sort of get out of the way we've always experienced them and think about them differently and how they might impact our community differently is challenging. And so this is one of those things, but I hope that we can continue to be sort of open about it. And I know that staff will bring back some good information for us, so we'll look forward to that coming back. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
That motion passes 5-2 with Sacco and Areola and dissent. Okay, our next item is a micromobility program and RTS app update. Madam Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Melissa McCready is here. This is an update on the micromobility program. It has been, I think, in the mix for maybe a year. It started out as a pilot, but it really is moving into a more permanent mode. And in addition to that, the RTS app has been before the commission a couple of times. We actually discussed it a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about the budget. And there's a way forward there, but Melissa will give you an update on that as well.
Great, Ms. McCready, good to have you.
I'm starting with the micromobility update, and then I'll pause. If anyone has questions, feel free to stop me along the way. Happy to talk, and then I'll go into the RTS update.
Perfect.
So giving you the program overview, just to remind everybody, we launched last June, and we have 3 vendors who are permitted, Bird, Spin, and Veo. Each fleet is of around 200 units, and the cost to use is $1 to unlock, 39 cents a minute plus tax. We actually have a vendor that charges 42 cents a minute, but they're in the same ballpark. The average use we've seen over the year is 1 trip per unit per day, and the medium trip distance is 1 mile, 7 minutes. And the revenue collected so far from the program user fees is around $43,000. That's been funding the part-time program coordinator position for this program to compile and manage the vendors, compile the data. And then so far $6,000 has gone towards the Vision Zero 5-year plan. We hope to keep building that. Part of our partnership is with UF, or part of this program is in partnership with UF. There is a separate agreement that the vendors all have to sign to operate on campus before they can get our permit. And so the university has put in special parking places and they've also done slow zones as well as dismount zones, and they also have special provisions for game day of where people are supposed to be using the devices to get around. And just a few months ago, we had one of the vendors, Veo, has launched some seated scooters. We're seeing longer trips for those, about 2 miles in 9 minutes. And Veo claims that these e-bikes are more accessible to women, the elderly, and others with mobility limitations. We're also seeing double the usage in our equity zone. So Zone A is where we see a lot of the deployment of these devices, so the vendor has been responsive, accommodating that demand. To remind everybody where the equity zone is, here it is on the map. We have a minimum deployment in the permit where the vendors all have to deploy at least 10% of the units in the equity zone, or in Zone A. And some of the statistics regarding that is we're seeing about 20-minute trips and about 2+ miles for the average trip. We also have the vendors all have provisions to accommodate unbanked users or users without a smartphone. So they have things like prepaid debit cards, you can do cash payment at retailers, and then also there's a text option. We've done a lot of outreach and engagement for this program from before we launched, during launch. We continue, it's an ongoing effort. This isn't something that ends. We're out in the community constantly. The vendors are out. We're working with GPD, GFR, and UF very closely. And we do all sorts of, we table at events, we have a user survey, we've got the webpage, so, and we also have input from my GNV. For ridership, there's been a lot of usage over the year, almost 200,000 trips. So we're intrigued to see that the use of the devices was pretty successful from our perspective. Game days, there's a spike in usage for the average amount during the day on a game day, more so than the rest of the days of the year. Some additional ridership information, origin, where the trips are starting, where the trips are going. The dark purple shows where the density is for that. Another version of that map is just added a street layer so you can see what corridors. The darker purple are showing you the corridors that are used the most for starting and ending trips. It's in the urban core with the greatest intensity around UF, which was not unexpected. Fairly uniform use during the week. No, any day are they used more, but they are used mostly between 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. with no rides after the 10 p.m. curfew. For a safety perspective, all the vendors have education plans, there's app information, there's the curfew, they have to present an age or ID to verify their age. There's slow ride and no ride zones, and of course there's the regular coordination with everyone to make sure that safety is an ongoing and open conversation, and it's very much the focus of the program. Over the course of the year, there's been 17 known crashes. Most resulted in no injury or a non-severe injury. 7 were reported by the police, 10 were vendor reported. So we were pretty pleased with the fact that that came out to about 9 trips per 100,000, or 9 per 100,000 trips. We also focused on parking management. So the university had created zones on campus. We waited till we had some data to inform where we should put the parking, where people were dropping and picking up the devices or the demand was. So we have some in some of our parks. We have some co-located with our transit stops, as well as some on street. We've identified some other locations that we'll be implementing over the coming months as well, so that we're repurposing some parking spaces on street, and then we're also carving out areas wherever we can, where we see the devices getting used the most. And that's the really brief update on that.
Thank you, thank you. Any questions from the commission on the e-scooters, the micromobility? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So the age verification is of 18 years old?
Yes.
Okay, so you could drive a massive truck, but you're not allowed to rent a scooter, is that correct?
That is per the permit.
Yeah. I think that's something for us to consider, that, I mean, people can drive massive Ford F-350, but they're not able to drive or rent a 60-pound scooter. So I think we should look at the verification of lowering that down to at least 16 years old. We've seen it's gotten a lot of use. And I've seen a lot of using it too, probably illegally using it. I don't know how they're doing, but they're using some over the counter like that. But there's a demand for it. Yet we're stopping people who don't have other ability to use other vehicles. I'd like to go to slide 11, where it goes to the time of use. Yeah, so on the bottom there, what you see, the 9 o'clock hour is still a heavily used hour, and then it dropped off right there at 10 o'clock. That's because we don't allow it after that time. For example, for myself, I was downtown without a car, was at dinner, wanted to head home around 10 o'clock. I wasn't able to do that. The buses aren't running at that time to go to where I live. So I had to, I took an Uber. So I had to call an Uber instead, but I would much rather have done this. It would have been better for the environment, and a much nicer ride than sitting in an Uber and waiting for it. Many cities out there, I say probably the majority of cities have into the later hours, and I think this map shows that there's a strong demand for it moving past 10 o'clock. So I hope those are two changes that we can consider. This is a pilot, and this is kind of where we're supposed to be, is what changes do we think we should make? That was kind of the beginning of the pilot, was make it small and then kind of look at where should we expand based on usage. I hope it's okay to expand on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. And real quick on the under 18, so I was speaking with a group, some of the Summer Sling kids last summer out at Duval, and they brought, I said, what do you like? What's going on? They're like, we love the scooters. And I'm like, wait a minute. All y'all too young to ride those scooters. And I was like, how are you doing that? Like, oh, our parents just, they take their car down and they unlock them for us and they say, go have a blast, which, as a parent of a, rapidly getting older, too old for my liking, young children, for them to be able to go out and scooter up to the pool or, go hit the corner store for, some M&Ms. Parents are going to do that, so I don't know how. I guess sometimes I'm just naive. I'm like, well, you're not allowed to have a credit card. How can you possibly written this thing in the card? My parent or my grandparent or my uncle or whatever, older brother or sister, went down and swiped it and did it. So it's. I mean, talk about like how much policing do you want to get into? Right. That kind of crosses, a threshold probably. But go ahead, Artie, and now I'll get you next, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to share a quick anecdote. I was about how this meets a need and fits into a gap for our community. I was at an auto store recently getting some work done on my car, and someone came in to drop their car off, had a little conversation with the person at the counter, gave them the keys, and walked back out the door. And my thought was, it's hot outside. I hope that person's not going to walk home, because I didn't see anybody there waiting for them or anything. They just walked out the door. About 3 minutes later, she came by on a scooter. And I thought, that is exactly how this is supposed to work. It's that missing little piece that provides convenience to get you from where you are to where you need to go, as long as it's not a long distance. It's a quick solution to a mobility issue. The light bulb went on over my head that said, this is how that's supposed to work. And I see little things like that happening more and more often around town, that this just fits in and fills in the gaps. I love seeing that stuff.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To your point, and then I have a question for Ms. McCready. Right on the corner that is just near the Clarence R. Kelly Center, right there at Gardenia on 8th Avenue, there are a number of the e-scooters and the new ones that you can ride. And boy, do the kids have a grand old time. Right, and part of it, I do believe, was because there was, particularly when they were new, this idea that it is a recreational thing. So some people did not grasp or, frankly, just didn't view it as something that was designed to be something for transportation, but they saw it as something that, wow, this is a fun thing. And so if I have access to mom or big brother's card, I can go and have a good time recreationally. So I am kind of curious as to what currently happens. I do want to make sure, kids are having a good time, they're having fun, and we want to make sure everybody is safe and within the rules. What currently happens if that's seen?
My understanding was Chief Jones, when the program started, had said that they would not be pulling people over on a scooter. Okay, Madam, or is it okay if I ask the current chief if he can speak to what he sees? Sure.
Okay. Chief Scott, because it's such a frequent occurrence, I just want to make sure that we're not it would make me come back to what you just said, Commissioner Hayes Santos, because what I don't want to see are people being penalized for something that, you know, is being used in a particular way, particularly if they don't either understand or share the belief that this is supposed to be intended in a certain way.
As far as the out pulling folks over that are underage, that's not happening at the high level, no.
At a high level?
Yeah, we may occasionally do it, but I don't see the documentation to say that we're doing that. That's not an item that's high on the enforcement list for them.
To your knowledge, Chief, when someone has been stopped, is it just that, hey, you know, the age range is this?
Yeah, when there's someone that's obvious, you know, like you have a little 11 or 12-year-old, but in general, we haven't been doing that.
Okay. If that's going to be the rule, I would ask that we find ways to make sure that our neighbors know what that is. And then the other question that I have, Ms. McCready, is, are we collecting any user experience data? I'm just curious.
Yes, we have a survey.
Okay.
We haven't had a huge response rate, but we do have a survey that we have out for riders to take.
And how does that get distributed? How do people take
It's
the
through
survey?
the app.
Through the app? Okay, gotcha. And it just pops up every time, or is it something that's kind of like a
link on the survey and then they could respond, but it was only like about 60 responses.
But is it every time somebody rides? It's on the app?
Yeah, I don't know at this point out every time it was a response.
I can double check.
Can you repeat what?
I'm sorry,
we did?
so it repeats, but we're not sure the frequency.
Okay, all right. I'm just curious to know what people are saying.
We'll double check.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. I don't see a problem with lowering the age to 16. Kids can drive cars, might as well. This seems safer than a car. Although I do remember when it was first presented, a comment was made about projectiles, that one had been thrown at some point. So it is less dangerous than a car, but I do remember that was a distinct warning one of the vendors had mentioned. I was a member of the audience and I thought that's maybe not what you bring up as you're about to get approved, but so far we haven't had any of that. People have been great. I remember that first week or two was
an adjustment.
And it was new. We all like new things. And then we get bored. But otherwise, like, so now it's just being used and not cool. Now it's just functional. So I think it's a great tool. I would like to see the adjustment of the time just a little bit longer. To Commissioner Hayes Santos' point, you know, if people are still using it pretty frequently, I know some folks that get off work. I know some young women who get off work later. You know, if you don't have a car, the bus isn't running, you're going to wait for an Uber, so you're paying a lot more for an Uber. You don't know that person very well. You're going to get a car. You're going to be waiting for it, or you could, you know, kind of get yourself home in about 10, 15 minutes relatively quickly. So if we could kind of extend those hours, if possible, to something reasonable, then I think that would be a good enhancement to kind of tweak it. Do we have any plans moving forward for allowing more units per vendor?
In the permit, there is a criteria that the vendors have to meet before they can expand the fleet.
What are those?
Off the top of my head, they have to have, I believe it's 3 trips per day per unit in order to add devices, because right now we're not seeing enough demand for them to have more devices, which would just add more devices on the street.
So I saw that one. I saw the 1 per unit per day. Mm-hmm. And part of my question then is the location of it, because I know we have the data of where they get picked up, where they get left, and then they do get kind of reset in their position. But throughout the day, they're not. Are they? Throughout the day, they're reset back to where they are? So if I take it at like 8 a.m., I drop it somewhere near campus, it's going to get put back where I got it?
Not necessarily, no. It's their dockless, so they're just they're distributed across the city based on where the vendors are seeing the use.
Okay. Okay. Part of me wonders, and it's a math question, right? It's a logistics and math question of if we put them somewhere, are they getting more use because they're there? And are we getting less use because they aren't being put somewhere? So if we put them somewhere else, would there be an explosion of use? So that's just, it's a theoretical exercise that you can't test until you test it.
Well, that's the data that gets looked at is the start and end data. So that's what the vendors are on. They want them to get used as much as possible, so they're putting, it's in their best interest to put them where people are going to use them.
And that is something that they're just looking at.
Monitoring every day.
Okay. Because I do want to see it. I appreciate the kind of tweaks that we've made along the way to get them off the sidewalk. Because that was a mess. So I do really think we've done everything possible to make this successful, so thank you very much for that. And I want to see, move past pilot. That's why I'm asking these of what does it take to move past pilot.
This technically isn't a pilot, it's in ordinance, and the permit program exists in code.
Okay, so we are full go. Okay, then never mind, I will stop talking.
The permits have been renewed, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. McCready. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. I'm supportive of lowering the age as well. I just like to remind everybody that privately, people just about any age can already get these. There's kids in my neighborhood that are like 8 that have motorized scooters and zip all around, and it's sort of the same thing we talked about on campus. Like campus has strict speed and governors, but if someone brings their own scooter, they're not bound by those sort of artificial fences. So I mean, it's I think it's completely reasonable to allow 16-year-olds to use these. They probably already are, so, but if they're responsible enough, like you said, if they're allowed to drive a F-350, they should be allowed to drive a scooter. And I would be interested, maybe, would the time require ordinance change? Is the time in the ordinance?
Yes.
It is, okay.
And also the university wanted it to be 10 a.m., so I don't know if they'll want to extend it on campus.
Yeah, okay. I'd be interested in seeing what the usage would be like between 10 and midnight, but it's a little harder if it's ordinance change. I mean, I guess you could put like an automatic sunset in there, like we try it between now and the end of the calendar year and get the data back. It automatically reverts if no action is taken. But I kind of wish we could do that without ordinance change. It seems like something that's a little overly burdensome. That I wish staff could do that with commission direction. So that might be something to ask the attorney to look into. That I'm thinking even certain times of year, have them later. But anyway, Commissioner Santos, I'll get back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to put a motion on the floor.
Can we wait till the end of the RTS app? Because there might be things with that as well. Go ahead, Commissioner Ariel.
Well, I was also going to make a motion.
Yeah, let's get the other half of the presentation.
I just wanted to, throw my support in for getting rid of the curfew. I think that, our intentions were really good to have a sort of rules of the road for a new introduction to the city. But what we're seeing from the data is that people are using this all the time because people have to go to work at different times. People have to get back from work. And sometimes that's 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning. And I don't want to restrict people based on what our conception of a work day looks like. And they're using it every day of the week. So I also would like to see the age reduced either to 16 or 15 because I think that it's a safer way to get around than some of the other options that younger folks are sometimes left with.
Okay. So Mr. Creedy, go ahead and we'll do the RTS app update and then we'll see where we are.
All right. Commission directed us to come up with something different, and we're taking a two-pronged approach to launch a different transit app. We have concurrent options going forward where we can piggyback on the UF app, and we are also issuing an RFP to develop a new app. And what that looks like is UF currently is vetting 4 different app vendors this month to replace their current app on campus that expires in December. The UF has confirmed with the vendors the capability to expand their app service to include RTS. They are in the midst of their procurement process right now. They expect to select a vendor begin in the next couple weeks. And then at that point, RTS would be able to speak with the vendor directly to explore adding the RTS services to their app and piggybacking onto the UF contract. UF will also consider funding the ongoing cost of operating the RTS app if that is something that we're able to work out with the vendor. The other path we are taking at the same time is to develop a new app, which at the cost of about $125,000. To implement and operate and maintain this type of an app can range from $125,000 to $300,000 annually. To issue this RFP, we have identified federal funds for the implementation of one-year operation. The schedule will depend on the execution of the grant and budget approvals, which we'll be bringing back to Commission in the next month, September, I believe is the next budget amendment. And then we'll need to identify recurring operating funds after fiscal year 2024 because RTS will not be able to continue funding it with federal funds. And that's the update on the app.
Okay, would this be layered onto the Gator Safe app, or does UF have what's their app current?
Their app is the Tap Ride. It's what they use for their late night services.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, it's intriguing. Any questions on that? Good.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
So I would move that we have staff come back with a revised ordinance that would remove the hours of operations and the age from the ordinance and allow that to be a city manager decision.
Second?
Okay. Do you need direction on the app, or is it just
No,
to
that
come
was
back?
just to bring, you asked us
Yeah.
to bring back what we're going to, how we're pursuing getting a different one.
Okay, so once we know the outcome of the UF procurement and see if that works, then you'll bring back to us what your recommendation is?
Correct. We're
Yeah.
pursuing both paths at the same time.
Okay. Okay.
And the second option was addressed in the budget presentation a couple weeks ago. So
Right.
we're trying to make sure, just in case we have a fallback.
Right, okay, gotcha. Okay, so motion to remove the time and age requirements from the ordinance and allow that to be done through city manager's directive. Of course, in consultation with the commission, that can, if there are issues, in other words, the commissioner can bring them up in a meeting and there can be a discussion or a request for information. Yeah,
I'd
Madam
also
Manager.
like to be able to sit with the city attorney and just make sure that we are aligned in any observations that they may have, and just make sure we're aware of anything that's going on parallel that we may need to come back.
Sure, yeah, if they're huge, if not, I think that note can just be made in the item when it comes back to the commission for consideration. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. And just on, if UF wants to stop at 10 o'clock, I mean, they just stop working in that area. So I think we can have different rules than what UF wants to have on their private property, so they can.
Yeah, they're geo-fenced already with speed and everything, so yeah, that would not be an issue at all. Unless someone had to physically drag them off to get to the other, yeah, but it's, I am completely confident the vendors will work that solution out. It's in their best interest in keeping their customers happy and maximizing their revenue, so I don't think that will be an issue. Okay, thank you, Ms. McCready, appreciate the update. Members of the public wish to speak to this item? Okay, back to the commission. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, up next, we have the building blocks for affordable housing, work plan, and development. Madam Manager, you want to make an introduction?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, I think back in March, we presented the commission with a framework on affordable housing, and we pretty much did a summary of what we're currently spending in the city relative to housing and opportunities to move forward. Beyond that, we've had some workshops. Corey Harris is here to talk about that. The workshops are summarized in the presentation for today. But specifically springing forward from the framework, we put together a work plan, which is in development, and we say that because we still really need to get more input from the community on the work plan itself. But we put something together for discussion today. It talks specifically about the $8 million earmark that the commission approved, how we might move forward with that specifically, and also if in fact going forward there might be a general obligation bond issue. for housing because it is tens of millions of dollars and requires a planning process in and of itself. We've started out with some thoughts around that. So we wanted to make sure that we shared at least what we've been able to come up with. Corey has got some limited input from community, but not enough. But enough for us knowing that the $8 million has been set aside for the commission to begin to have a comfort level that we do have a plan to move that forward. So with that, Corey Harris,
All right, Ms. Harris, good to have you. Good, thank you.
who is the Director of Housing and Community Development for the city. He's still City Housing Strategist, but now he does have oversight for all of our housing initiatives.
Okay, very good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, to the commission, again, Madam City Manager. I am Corey Harris, Director of Housing and Community Development. We'll be presenting today the building blocks for a work plan for affordable housing. I'm assuming everyone has had an opportunity to see the presentation and the report. I have some copies here, just in case. So as the city manager mentioned, the affordable housing framework was presented on March 17th of 2022, and it highlighted some of the areas that I'll speak on just very briefly. It defined key terms. It talked about the national, state, and housing, local housing market data. It talked about national trends, provided some context around affordable housing in the city of Gainesville by location. It also identified many of the plans and strategies that have been developed as a part of the city's plan to deal with affordable housing. It also highlighted some of the partners in the space. There's been a series of community workshops that have taken place. The first one was actually a week after I started on May 9th. Then we had one on June 1st and June 4th. And due to the heightened community interest in the discussion around affordable housing, the commission directed staff to have some community workshops. Those you can see on your screen. We've facilitated 4 so far, and they're more in the planning area.
Exclusionary zoning,
And
primarily.
yes, and talking about exclusionary zoning. Of course, there's been some, and just understand that a lot of what you see today as far as a recommendation, we've been able to glean some information from these workshops, as well as Commissioner Ariola had a town hall. Commissioner Chestnut will be having one on August 8th. As we move forward, here's some of the highlights, some of the key themes from the workshops. We've had close to 200 individuals who have participated in either 1 or 3 workshops or some of the community workshops. Some of those themes, I'll read a few of them here. Neighbors acknowledge the need for affordable housing in our community and the need to create more housing units together with our community partners. Another common theme was, I'm not going to read all these to you because you can read those. Neighborhoods express concerns about protecting and preserving the culture and ethnic fiber of the neighborhood, and express concerns about the lack of investment in the neighborhood. I'll read one more. Many neighbors are concerned that the proposed changes to the comprehensive plan, including the elimination of exclusionary zoning, amending occupancy limit, would not result in the production of more affordable housing units, and are concerned that changes would reduce the quality of life in certain neighborhoods. As a staff, we conducted a SWOT analysis. I'm not going to read through all of these here with you, but some of the strengths. There's a commitment to affordable housing. From the commission level, from the community perspective, those are some of the strengths that we have. There's also over 20 housing initiatives that's being operated currently, ranging from Heartwood and infill projects and administering some of the CDBG and Connect Free programming. Some of the weaknesses that I've noticed since coming in is there's a lack of acknowledging some of the wins that we do have. I think that, there's a lot of wins at the city. When we talk about those 20 housing initiatives, the city has partnered with other community partners, such as the organization that I come from, NHTC. We were able to do some great work in partnership with this city, but oftentimes that's not touted enough. There's some opportunities. City owns quite a bit of land. You can see that in the appendix section of this work plan. According to my calculation, that would produce close to 2,500 units potentially of housing units. Some of the threats, we know some of those threats very well. It's not just local, but it's national. Some of the threats are related to the housing industry. Rising interest rate, also increase in material cost and lack of workers. And so those are some of the threats that affect our ability to move forward. As the city manager has spoken, and as I mentioned, there's a number of housing programs, but here we're, again, this new or enhanced housing and community development to complement bringing on a couple members from the GCRA would allow the city to move forward in a strategic and collaborative approach to addressing our affordable housing issues. As staff developed this work plan, here are the components here: planning and research, funding resources, initiatives and regulations, and strategic relationships and community engagement. One of the things that many of our neighbors said, they want to see some more community engagement. They want to see us be able to tap into that intellectual capital that exists here locally. So here are the recommendations, and again, these recommendations comes from not only the community partners. I've had an opportunity to speak with some of our neighbors individually, and I want to thank them publicly for giving of their time to help me or to help staff put this recommendations forward. Also, information that we've gotten from the town hall meetings as well as those community meetings. So as the recommendation here is set forth is of the $8 million that was put forth or earmarked for affordable housing, $6 million of that will be used to develop rental units at $35,000 per unit. That would translate to 171 units created. It would allow for those units to be occupied by those individuals or family units that are below 50% AMI. We've noticed that in our industry right now, housing the extremely low is very, very challenging, and this money would provide a leveraging opportunity to create more units. $1.2 million is recommended to go into developing for-sale housing units at 50 a door. This would create roughly about 24 units. $320,000, or about 4% of the money, for those that are keeping count. $320,000 would be used for owner-occupied rehab. For those that are 50%ers and below, we realize that a lot of families seek this service, and oftentimes these programs are oversubscribed for the amount of money that we have available. $320,000 or 4%, another 4% would be used for down payment assistance, just beefing up our down payment assistance programs that we already operate. That would assist 21 families. The last 2% of the money, or $160,000, will be used for land acquisition. There are some opportunities, even though the city owns quite a few parcels of land, or quite a bit of land, there may be some opportunities for us to invest in land that's close to amenities, close to transit, close to job centers, and staff has identified a couple potential parcels that may fall into this category. Going through the rest of the recommendations, to develop a robust strategy for city-owned properties, as I mentioned in the appendix section, there's an opportunity, a great opportunity for the city to really be out front in the development of affordable housing units by utilizing some of the assets that are available. Engage the community partners to broaden the creation of new affordable units. That's key. Again, as I've talked to community partners, similar to some other community development organizations, there's some great opportunities for us to be even more impactful and strategic, whether that's partnership to leverage our resources to be able to create opportunities for larger grants for those different entities, or if there's a way for us to be more strategic in our investment into those groups. And so you can see there, recommendation number 8 is to provide financial and technical assistance. The research has found that those cities that champion ADUs and did it successfully also developed some planning and technical assistance and funding around that. I would like for my recommendation that we move forward in that vein. Some cities have decided to invest or create like a revolving loan fund to support those property owners that's willing to put in ADUs and they keep it affordable for a certain period of time. They've developed plans around what type of units would work successfully and be more efficient or efficient in the development process. And then the last one is the increased capacity of our nonprofit entities. We have some, along those lines, we have some opportunities to maybe partner with some churches and some local groups to develop some housing on some land that's owned by those entities. As we move forward through this presentation, staff was directed to provide some information about how if there was a $30 to $50 million bond allocation, what would be staff recommendation. I'm providing that to you here. Similar to how the $8 million has been recommended, 75% of the money would be used to support rental units, 15% for sale housing, 5% is owner-occupied rehab, and then some type of pairing for the remaining 5% is for sale units to create a generational wealth, but also be able to write down some of the and provide some additional equity into the deal. As you look through the impact of what a $25 to $50 million bond would bring, you see, ranging from 611 units being created, assisting 108 families, to $35 million bond, 855 units created. And again, this is using the same programming as the $8 million, which is providing up to $35,000 per unit to kind of fill the gap. Oftentimes, as a nonprofit developer, you're always looking for layers to leverage the resource that you have at your disposal, but oftentimes you're left with a gap. So how do you fill that gap? And I think the city could provide some seed funding to fill that gap to move these projects forward. And then here's the scenario for $40 to $50 million. So that's the presentation before you now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Harris, and Madam Manager. Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mayor, and congratulations on the new position.
Thank you.
Excited to have you, excited to have all the housing in one place. I think that is something that we have struggled with in the past, and I think that's a great move, so thank you, Madam Manager. Talk about the $8 million first, and I guess on whatever we kind of do, I think one of the things we should focus on is putting the housing in high opportunity areas, close to jobs, close to where there are rising rents and rising prices. That's where we should be putting affordable housing, in those areas, because that's where it's at most need. Support all of the $8 million. I do have one thing on the recommendation number 2, where it says only the funds to purchase a house would only be for single-family homes. I think we should open that in a townhome, but I think single-family homes are the most expensive ones to make. So I think allowing, if someone wants to buy a townhome or something like that, I think that should be allowed in that. So that's one change I think we should make. Everything else looks great. Thank you very much. To the housing bond, I strongly believe that we should still move forward with that. And there is time. I think the supervisor said we had to let her know by August 1st if we wanted to move forward or not. So if we made a decision today, we could let her know that we want to put it on the ballot. That will make a transformational change. I think a $50 million bond, 1,200 residential units, 217 houses getting owner-occupied ones. That changes things dramatically. That's a real change. It's not just kind of hitting it a little bit. A lot of lives will be changed. And there's a lot of support for it out there. I mean, we've seen op-eds. I mean, everyone's talking about housing right now in the city. And one of the things that does seem to garner very broad support is a municipal housing bond. If you look in the packet, in the last page in there, it goes into what the cost would be. A $50 million bond is only $2.79 a month for the average family, average household. There's money to different people. That's not that significant for that many people that we can change their lives and get housing ability. I think we talk about what we can do. There are short-term solutions, there are medium-term solutions. This is a relatively short-term solution for us to be able to address it. And for $2.79 a month, I think it would pass with flying colors when it goes to the voters. People want us to create housing. This is how we do it. We have to provide the funding. There's time to get on the ballot. I don't think it will affect the wild places because everyone's talking about housing. Everyone wants us to do something. This is something that we can do to make it work. So I hope that we can move forward on that and change close to 1,400 people's lives by placing on the ballot in November and letting our voters decide. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Actually, it's not 1,400 homes, which is probably looking at 3,000 to 4,000 people's lives being changed at the very minimum. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you and congratulations. I'm really glad that you're on board and that we have a director to build a more robust housing program than we have had in the past. And the sort of thing that we can actually build toward so that a decade from now we can look back and say this is where things turned around from a housing standpoint. I like most of these recommendations for the $8 million, which is what we can actually work with now today. Just a few questions about the specific recommendations. On recommendation 1, $6 million to underwrite development of new rental units for single and multifamily. I am hopeful that would lean primarily toward multifamily.
Yes.
I mean, we can house a lot more people that way. Can you be more specific about how we would roll this out, how that $35,000 per unit would look, and who we would work with and how that would go?
So we'll work with current providers that's developing rental units. So that's similar to the organization that I just left, which operated in that single-family rental space for many years, as well as those multifamily developers as well. So you may be working with a housing authority that's looking for gap financing because they're pairing this with other funding sources as well.
Or a developer who is, I'm not going to name one, but there are plenty out there. They're looking for opportunities for, local funds to leverage. And 35,000 seems like that point that they are looking to try to break into being able to make it affordable.
Okay, so that 35 is not a fixed price. If this is what we're going to pay per unit, it's about an average of what working with lots of folks.
Up to 35. So I mean, someone could theoretically request less, but more than likely, they probably won't request less.
All right. There's I'm guessing a smaller group of developers that we could work with and partners to work with on recommendation 2, $1.2 million at $50,000 apiece for single-family homes to be sold. What that sounds like to me is probably, and I see folks from Habitat here in the back, that sounds like a Habitat sort of thing primarily, not exclusively certainly, but I'm guessing that's where that would mostly be pointed. maybe some for-profit developers out there interested in that, but I think you're primarily looking at nonprofits who are going to be working in that. And tell me if I'm wrong here, I don't want to.
Yeah, I agree. You know, your habitats, your NHDCs, your housing authorities, all these entities are developing for sale units. And so I would imagine they would all want to subscribe to these dollars.
Now I will tell you that I would like it even more if we were putting that 1.2 back into number one. But I also recognize that there is a use for homes for sale too, and that there is a place for that. I feel like the biggest need in the community is for those rental opportunities. But I'm not supportive of this. I just would like to see more of it in rental, honestly.
If I might just add,
Please.
the community land trust, the million that has already been earmarked for it, you may have some later discussion on it, but there is a need for probably additional money beyond
Okay.
that million to actually help them to create more units.
So that could roll into.
It's a possibility.
Right, okay.
I'm not saying it.
Okay, very good. So I really like the idea of recommendation number 3. I don't like the reality of the number of homes we're talking about there. I mean, it's just not a lot. And I wonder if we might be better taking one of these other 2 opportunities here and roll that back into that one. I'm not telling you to definitely do that, I just put it out there to think about. I would rather give you the flexibility to do that than locking in, this is absolutely what it will be.
The last 2 items?
Well,
last 2
the
items?
3 and 4, I would kind of rather roll those together into rehabilitation of existing units. But I don't want to keep you from doing this. You put a lot more, you know more about what you're talking about than I do. I just, when I see only 6 units, it makes me think, well, maybe that's not the right way to think about it. But I'm not telling you don't. Recommendation 5, it sounds like you have something specific in mind there, or, yeah, 5. Yeah, it sounds like you have something real specific there. And maybe it's not the right place to lay that out, but.
Well, I know that there's an opportunity for the city to take down some property, so
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
Gotcha, okay.
That's close
Yeah, I
to
don't wanna give
transit.
anything away. Yep, got it, all right. So I like that. Number 6, I've been saying for years that this is a priority, that we really, really need to move forward on. And some of that is some big pieces of land that are real obvious, and some of those are not. Some of them are individual units. We need a plan for how we work with that property that we've been land banking over the years. We've been slowly moving some of them out. And for the people who have received those properties and had homes built there, it's a life change. It's great. But it has been very, very slow moving forward. And I really hope that we can get a robust strategy for how we do things with land that the city owns. Because the land that we just own and don't have a plan for is not doing anybody any good. Nobody's living on it legally. We're not collecting any revenue from it to do good things with. It is not helpful to anyone for us to just hold property, particularly at this point when we're in a crisis. Certainly, number 7 kind of rolls into everything we've already been talking about. But I do want, as we talked about a few months ago, to be real specific about our partnerships. And the more specific we are about our partnerships, the easier it can be to make things work with them. I don't want us to have to reinvent the wheel every time we do something. I would like, be very careful how I say this. Everything should be a competitive process, but we can do that competitive process once and name a partner or a few partners rather than every single lot being a new process, because that's part of what bogs us down. It's taken us a very long time to distribute property, and while we're doing that one lot at a time, instead of having a built-in process, we are keeping people from having a place to live. So that community partner process is something I would like to see more streamlined. I know that because people have called me about it, one of the issues with ADUs is a question of having to get, it's a question of permitting, but both from the Thomas Center and GRU. And we probably ought to have conversations about those processes and how to, whether we do that or not, but as an organization, we need to understand better how that's possible for an individual person who wants to develop 1 or 2 units for rental. They're at a disadvantage to big-time developers who have somebody in-house or have the funds to use a local agency, as opposed to somebody who just wants to build one apartment. They usually don't have the funds to go hire one of our planners for hire in the city. So the more opportunity we can help them streamline individual small-time developers, the better off we are, I think. As far as a bond, I say let's do great work with this $8 million and come back in 2 years and show the people what we can actually do. I am not prepared to ask to borrow $50 million when we do not have a plan for it. What the oversight will be, et cetera, that's an opportunity for us to really step in it. We ought to talk about having partnerships. I'd rather see a general obligation bond spread across 270,000 people than spread across 141 million or 1,000 people. The city of Gainesville is a relatively small organization. There are very few examples of success of a city our size doing that. I know there are some, but compared to the number of cities that there are, it's a small percentage, and it's a lot of money. I do not think that there is the appetite for that borrowing on the flip of a, we'll just back of the napkin this, folks. Now, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to be a part of that. If we're going to ask for this, it's going to be, if I'm going to be a part of it, it's going to be detailed so that so we can answer people's questions about borrowing $50 million on their behalf. I think the better thing to do is show that we can be successful with the $8 million that the federal government brought back to us, and then we can lay something else out there. That's just where I am on that. Thank you so much for all of this. I really appreciate it. I can't wait to get started building housing for people.
All right, thank you. Other commissioners at this time? Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harris, and
Yes, ma'am.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Could you help me? Is there a difference between ADUs and tiny houses?
Yes, ma'am. There's a difference, and I'll let Andrew probably speak more to that. But there's a difference between the two since he's here.
I was excited to hear the answer. Tiny houses are sort of an umbrella term that sort of describes, a very small house. Accessory dwelling units in the city and most places, they have like specific regulations that are that limit sort of where they can be built, how big they can be. In Gainesville, it's 850 square feet. We allow both one attached to the primary structure accessory dwelling unit and a detached accessory dwelling unit. And so those have specific regulations. Tiny houses, they sort of run the gamut. We did make some changes to city code around tiny houses a few years ago with some building code flexibility. We currently don't allow tiny houses on wheels. That's another sort of popular way that tiny houses come. But yeah, they are separate. Sometimes tiny houses are used as accessory dwelling units, but the two things are not necessarily the same.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Well, I was just wondering, I've been seeing the ads on TV from Williston with tiny house communities. And just wondering about that, if that would be something that we would have here.
Potentially, yeah, we
Yeah.
can explore it, and if someone wanted to develop a tiny home, whether for sale or for rental, they can access these two pots of money, whether that's recommendation 1 or 2.
Okay, all right, my next question is, I think part of the problem for a number of people in trying to qualify for home ownership is credit worthiness. Do you have a rigorous program to address that or to work with them?
Currently, our Housing and Community Development Division provides some services around preparing individuals for home ownership, and it deals with credit, as well as we have external partners such as NHDC that does the same thing as well.
Okay.
Or operates similar programs.
All right, now, and this question may not be for you.
Okay.
All right, Hardwood, there was a meeting in the community this week because right across the street from Hardwood with the $450,000 homes, there is a development, I understand, that potentially has been approved for, I think, a homeless.
No.
No?
It was, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Would you please
I'm
correct it?
I'm interrupting, Mr. Mayor, is it okay if I respond?
I think if you know the answer, then that's great, yeah.
Yes, because I'd like to know.
It's Ability Housing, and they had initially submitted an application to the Florida Housing Corporation up in Tallahassee for 9% tax credits.
Okay.
They weren't approved, but they kept pressing, and I think they went to the county, and they got the county to put in about $500,000 to help them to leverage housing, not for the homeless, because the initial development that they were pursuing, I think it may have had 50 units in it approximately or so for homeless families. The second development that they're pursuing is for the low to very low income, but it is not for homeless families. The initial one would have had a configuration in there that would have accommodated some homeless families.
Okay.
But it is a low to very low income development that is on the drawing board, and it is Ability Housing, and they have received some leverage funds from the county, and I think it's about $500,000.
All right.
And that developer is pursuing it, he's not backing off.
Yeah, there was a very rigorous meeting with the community on it. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dunkelwald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Corey. Welcome.
Thank
You've
you.
heard me say it probably a few times before, but I'm very, very excited to have you here. Thank you for jumping right in and tackling some huge stuff in a very short amount of time. I'm looking at recommendation 3 and respecting and appreciating what it says. My brain has gone somewhere else. Because in District 1, I have several units and complexes that belong to one of our partners. And I see our partner here. I'm trying to figure out a way, or if there may be, in your mind, Corey, an opportunity for us to use our partnership to assist the Gainesville Housing Authority in rehabilitating some of those units. Because in District 1, just about every one of the complexes that are part of that organization, they're just a lot older and antiquated and broken down. And there is a level of quality of life that the people who are living in those homes simply cannot achieve. And I want to see that come to an end. So I'm grateful to know that we are partnering with them. I'm just curious, I don't know if you've entered into those types of conversations. I don't want to try to tell you how to do your job, but I do need for you, as well as the city manager, as well as my neighbors and constituents, to hear my heart with that. Because it's been an issue for a very, very long time. So however that conversation may be able to unfold, I'm hoping it's one that we can enter into. I do know that the Gainesville Housing Authority has been to us on a couple of times, occasions, asking us for help. I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but I know we'll enter into that judiciously and fairly.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I wanted to ask this question too because I'm looking at a few of our providers, and I did hear, I believe the city manager say a little earlier that there would be future opportunities for engagement. We've already done some considerable community engagement around this issue, but there will be more opportunities in the future. I wonder if there is an opportunity to specifically bring in those affordable housing developers for a forum of such, or something in which they can present their ideas or their expertise. There are a few folks that I'm looking at right now who bring a certain wealth of knowledge into the room and into the space, and I'm sure, Corey, you probably had an opportunity to speak to some, if not all of them, but I think it would be a very interesting opportunity if we had the time and the appetite to bring them into the same space, to have the community be able to hear them as subject matter experts, listening to, here are ways that we can actually get this done, Yeah, I won't make any suggestions, but I'll throw that out there and say that is something that I would be very excited to see. And I have heard from a few constituents that I think would be interested in that. And I think the folks who have that expertise might be interested in that as well. And then I want to ask this question about the land acquisition piece without you revealing anything, Corey. And I'm going to say this to my colleagues with the greatest respect, but knowing that I might be stepping into some delicate and sensitive area, okay? When I look at Gainesville and how it is growing, it is very clear and very obvious who the major players are. And I'm curious if we have had the kind of conversation, or if we have the appetite to have the kind of conversation that I believe we should be having with those major players, so that there's land left when we start talking about acquiring stuff. I could leave that there, and I probably will. But I'll say that that'll be something that I'll probably bring back, because I think it's important. I think that the University of Florida could be a partner of ours. How we enter into some of that, now you've already done your framework. The city manager did an amazing job of outlining partners. Perhaps that's not the end of our partnerships, but I definitely think that if we are going to be able to consider being able to create affordable housing now and into the future, we need to know what we're dealing with. So I guess the other question for me is, have we, and I guess I'm asking this to my colleagues, not just to staff, quantified what our affordable housing needs are over the next 20 or 30 years? Have we looked that deeply? Because I'll tell you, living where I live, those are my concerns. Because the disparities have existed for a long time. I know I said a lot. But I think that those are the things that guide the work. They guide the policy, and they probably should guide how we spend our money. So, Corey, this plan, these expenditures are designed to just, boom, this is what we have, this is, I see.
And based on the need, the impact is good.
Yes.
But it's kind of a drop in the bucket.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. And that's fine, because this is a limited amount of money.
Which is why we have to make the impact.
It has to.
In a lot of different ways.
That's
the
right.
tools in the toolbox. They may not, some may not generate as many as others, but we have to make a consistent effort over time, or we will not keep up the demand over time.
Amen. Amen. And so I'll just sum this up by getting back to a previous request, and I'm not sure if it needs to come in the form of a motion or whether it's something that staff will just automatically include in the upcoming opportunities for engagement. I really do think that we might even be able to begin to have that discussion or hear some ideas from the providers of affordable housing in a forum. I would love to hear what they would have to say in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Arriola? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to try and keep my comments brief because I think we talk housing, and we have to take action. We have to get things done. Mr. Harris, this report is extraordinary. It is a path forward for this commission, for the next commission. I truly commend this work. This is groundbreaking. We have recommendations that we can take action on immediately. I admit I was a little bit disappointed we didn't get the broadband vote, but sometimes life has other plans, and you've brought forward a really fantastic plan that I think is amazing. Now, I do want to push the envelope a little bit more because, as it was just said by the city manager, drop in the bucket. We need real resources over a long period of time. And we also have to, I'll wait for my other comment for the commissioner to come back because I want to directly address the issue of land because it is a huge component. So the reason why I support the general obligation bond is because all of our population estimates range between anywhere from 20 to 60,000 people moving to Alachua County over the period of the next 10 to 20 years. A lot of that has to do with how great Gainesville is. A lot of that has to do with people leaving South Florida because they are seeing the projections for sea level rise over the next 10 to 20 and even the next century. That is only accelerating. The ice shelves that are breaking off of Greenland and Antarctica are going to raise the sea levels. That is going to happen over the next century. That is almost a scientific fact at this point, unless we can somehow get off fossil fuels in the next 8 years as a human civilization. But at this juncture, we have to begin to assume the highest population growth that is going to happen. It's already begun to happen in Gainesville. And if we don't have a dedicated funding source, like a general obligation bond, we're always going to be chasing from behind. We're always going to be chasing. And, you know, I understand trepidation about wanting to wait a couple of years, but that's 2 more years that we don't have dedicated funding in a larger amount than just the $8 million. And if this is the type of report that we can get in a short amount of time, I have every bit of confidence that we can get a really solid proposal in time for the election in November. I don't think this is completely napkin math. I think that we have a decent, I mean, everyone can put their head around, we're going to put 75% of this money towards public-private partnerships, scalable multifamily and other small-scale rental projects. We can put our heads around 5% for owner-occupied home rehabilitation. The things like oversight and all of those details, those things can be figured out. We have a dedicated staff person to finally do this work. I don't think we can afford to wait. You all probably saw the same polling that we did when we talked about wild spaces, public places, and the infrastructure. City voters overwhelmingly support the housing aspect of the wild spaces, public places, infrastructure surtax. We have a great opportunity here. We're talking about the difference between a couple hundred units and potentially over 1,000 units. That's the discussion. That's the difference between $8 million and $50 million. I really want to see us go through with that. My next point, we'll have to wait until Commissioner Duncan Walker returns, because I want her to hear it. But I would like for us to include the general obligation bond in our housing plans. And so what I'd like to do is I would like to accept these staff recommendations and ask staff to notify the county that we want to put a general obligation bond on the ballot.
Second.
Okay.
$50 million.
Did you want to?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Congrats. I'll be the last one, I guess. Congrats. Question, with the restructuring, how many people would be in your department?
Right now, I think that's about 10.
For all of our programs, including
Yes.
GCRA, everything that falls into that?
Yeah, again, I would need to get back to you with that exact number, but I think it's rough, yeah.
Okay. Let's say we handed you $500 million right now. Would those 10 people be able to get multiple programs off the ground and operate them without trouble?
Without evaluating where we are, again, I'm 2 months into my position here without doing more of a thorough evaluation.
That was an unfair
question. That just happened 2 days ago.
That was an unfair
And I don't
question.
think it's effective until August 1st.
So I guess she could change her mind, so.
Yeah. No, but that was an unfair question. My point was, we could have all the money in the bank, but if we don't have the people to really execute it, it won't be effective. And when we're not effective, money gets wasted. So I think with the plan that we have for the 8 million plus, that is a really detailed program that you've been working on for a while because it's been part of the discussion with the ARPA money. Our staff has been hearing about it, but we have the folks, the programming, kind of the infrastructure in place for those. I am 100% sure those will be very successful. I also think that if we give those same folks time to, I don't want to say practice, but use the 8 million to see what can be done and how the city can kind of go into building housing, because it's kind of a departure from what we've traditionally done. In this, the way it's been presented here, it's not how cities traditionally approach housing issues. We are stepping out of our comfort zone, I feel, with that 8 million and trying something different. I want you and our staff to be able to learn the ropes with that first. I appreciate the math, Commissioner Hay Santos, I agree. I would pay $50 every month on my, I would do it, or every year. I'd be more than happy to add that myself. But if someone asked us, if someone asked Mr. Harris or the manager questions, we wouldn't necessarily have the answers because we haven't worked it out. Oversight can be figured out, but it's not figured out overnight, and it definitely shouldn't be figured out 30 seconds after I ask you a question, because that's a bad answer that will now be an official answer someone remembers and tells other people, coming from, our housing folks. And I don't want that to be the approach we take to things. Do I want to put this on the, I'll say it now, put it on the ballot next year, I'll vote for it, I'll be here. Put it on the ballot 2 years from now. But I don't think it can happen right now because we don't have the staffing. We don't. We don't have the staffing. And I think that's one of my concerns. It could be the same for any one of our departments. You could throw all the money in the world at it, but if you don't have the people, it's just going to sit there. And I think if you ask people to agree to let us borrow money, and then it sits there, people are going to get mad. And once you lose trust, it's really hard to get that back. Once you abuse someone's trust, it's really hard to get them to ever trust you again. So I don't think that's where I want to test that right now. But I definitely think that the first half of the plan with that 8 million, I think, what does it come down to? Almost 9? I think by the end of the math, it's almost 9 million.
No, it's right at 8.
No, wait. 6 plus 1. Yeah, okay, I can't do math.
Oh, that's
This
fine.
is why.
That's fine.
We shouldn't get other money either, because I can't do math. I'm not much help to anyone. Those are good programs that have steps. They have goals, they have metrics, they have structure that we've built around it. And we can tell people that. This is exactly what we're going to do with it now. The election and then the ballot measure might be November, but people are voting before November. People will get their ballots long before, people will decide long before. And if I don't, we don't have answers to give them in a couple weeks, someone's already holding that ballot. And they've already decided that we don't have the answers, or we give them the wrong answer. And I don't want to do that. Do I want to follow up with this? Yes. Do I want to ask the manager, therefore Mr. Harris, to keep working on what that would look like, the actual oversight and mechanisms of what we could do with that money in greater detail? I would love to see that. Am I going to vote to put it on a ballot for a couple weeks from now? No, because it's not ready, and I don't feel comfortable being interrupted or asking people to vote for something when I can't even give them answers beyond an outline. And I don't think that's what our folks deserve. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Before I go around again, Mr. Harris, thank you. Thank you to everybody on your team that helped with this, Madam Manager. Thank you. This was a challenging ask in a short period of time with a lot of urgency, and I want to let you know that I appreciate what had to go into getting this to us today. What jumped out at me from this is how incredibly small of an impact it makes. We currently right now, today, 16,000 households that are struggling with rent or mortgage. Right, so they're already, regardless of anything else we do with this, struggling. We have another easy 50 to 60,000 folks moving here in the next 10 years. This will help 203 homes. So out of that 16,000 right now, folks that need help, this impacts 1 to 2% of them, right? Blow that out to 50 to 60,000 over the next decade, it's minuscule. And that's $8 million. That's a lot of money, and it's one time, right? Do something with it. Gonna help some folks. That's important. But it doesn't get close to solving the structural and systemic problems that we have with housing, right? So we've got to keep our eye on that bigger challenge. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Madam Manager, and I don't know if there's an exception for housing money or not, but
It's not prayer time.
I'm on the clock. This money, what we've been told from the beginning is ARPA money had to be spent by December 31st of '24. Now, I don't think it has to be spent and gone, but it has to be encumbered or dedicated, right?
That's correct.
That's what we're talking about. So we have got, 15 months to figure out how to get this money encumbered and spent. That's tough. Incredibly difficult to do. To me, the highest, best opportunity for that is in partnership with other organizations, both public and private. If we can piggyback this money onto existing developments that are already in process, and to those add more affordable housing, that money is going to go a lot further, and we're going to be guaranteed to get that dispersed before that deadline, and we got to write a check back to the federal government, which is absolutely, I just cannot imagine how horrible all of us would feel if that happened, that we had this money and we had to give it back. So, you're the expert, not me, but finding those, I think that we put out a call to everybody that's creating housing right now and say, if we could make a 20% match or a 10% match, how much more housing would that enable you to build with these specifications? It's got to remain affordable for under 50% or under 80% AMI for the next, X period of years, whatever, 20, 30 years. Because helping 203 families, while important, it just does not change the overall impact compared to what the challenge is. It's just so small. And I will say it's everything that we're going to have from staff and with these resources to do within that 15-month time period, which, Commissioner Hayes Santos, I'm not going to support putting a bond on the ballot. I will absolutely, we on, what is it, January 4th? Somebody's got to know. When we're promoted back up to citizen. I'll create a pact with you. We'll create an advocacy campaign, and we will work to get this passed in '24. Because even if we were start to getting that money, this is such a challenge right now that just putting more money on top of that, they're not going to get to. And I think we can get to a point in January of '25 where, as that money starts coming in, it could immediately and incredibly impactfully start cutting in and reaching those numbers you have. So, this to me needs to be the focus, and how can we get that 203 number higher? And I think it really is partnering, whether it's with GHA or private developers who can, with density bonuses, add more affordable housing to their projects. To me, that's where we're going to see the greatest impact, and also probably the best opportunity for that housing to be spread out geographically and not sort of concentrated in one spot. I do, and Andrew, this maybe is a question for you. I know other cities have sort of created maybe 3 or 4 pre-approved, if you will, plans for ADUs. And so somebody coming in, if they're willing to choose from those, it can say, yeah, we already know these meet code, and are, as long as you have the space and the setback, because that's some of the, I think, for many people that would like to have an ADU on their property, the idea of like going and contracting with an architect, going through that whole process is really intimidating and maybe financially unfeasible unless they know it's going to, be approved in the end. And I know Madison, Wisconsin too offers, it's a $20,000, I think, to help subsidize people if they choose to put ADUs in their yards, like a down payment assistance kind of, but for developing an ADU. But is that something y'all have had an internal discussion about? Are there barriers? I'm sure there are barriers, but have you identified their barriers? Are they high? Or is there a way that we could move that forward as a commission, or I don't know. We have not had that discussion. I think that would be a real benefit to folks that just they're not developers, right? They own a house with extra yard space, and they just, don't know what to do next.
Absolutely, and we have had actually internal discussions. Mr. Harris and I have talked about it. We've talked about it. I've talked about it internally, both my planning and building staff, in terms of moving forward with some designs that we could essentially pre-approve, so that it would be over-the-counter type of permits. So that is absolutely something that we can move forward with, and I think it would help not just streamline some of the process, but also I think demystify that from your average property owner who just wants to build a mother-in-law suite in their backyard. I will say, and I guess just touching back on I think some of the permitting issues that Commissioner Ward alluded to earlier. Part of permitting it's a multi-departmental, multi sort of city aspect to it. I do think then there is some additional work that we could do. We did, when the ordinance passed a few years ago, we did, gather everybody under the tent and said, this is how we're going to permit. And we have been largely successful in keeping new accessory dwelling unit permits done through a building permit, not requiring, civil drawings, essentially a site plan, for instance. But there still are challenges, both in terms of design and cost, with design side, I think, being addressed by some of what you're talking about. I think we can address that through some pre-approved plans. On the cost side, there is some additional, I think, discussion that we need to have on utility provision as one aspect, because that is something that we hear with meters and laterals being sometimes things that need to be worked out either in the field or up front. And I think there's some additional probably discussion that we can have. That may be one way that we can address that through these pre-approved plans, so that GRU knows that they're not having to basically site design every single individual property, that we can have a more predictable approach if we use some plans that we all kind of sat down and worked on together up front.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to continuing that conversation, because that's just, it's one small piece, but I think it would be impactful for a lot of people that might want to do that, but just don't know where to get started. Sure. Okay, so the only thing, we'll split the motion, obviously, but with the non-revenue bond portion, it seems like the city manager, Mr. Harris, and his staff set out some broad kind of categories and put some placeholder numbers in there. I want to make sure that in approving this today, we're not restraining you to those sort of those allocations. Because, commissioners, what I would hate to do is an excellent opportunity comes along with, a private developer, a nonprofit that would allow us to really leverage a smaller amount of this money for a greater amount of housing, but not be able to do it because it, we were already over the allocation, or, The other thing I would really hope that we could do is, this money needs to be focused on people below 80% AMI. There are other things we're going to talk about, including later this week, or next week, about the sort of missing middle and middle income and, non-subsidized housing. This should be, to me, fully directed towards folks that can only find a place to live with some help, so that under AMI, under 80% AMI. Most of it seems to be focused, especially that category 1, but, for all of them, I think if the commission makes that explicit, like that's the intent of this money, of public money, to help the low and very low income, extremely low income neighbors. And that, I think, would give staff the flexibility they need when they can find those opportunities, whether it's with the land trust or GHA or, great. So I was talking with the awesome folks at the Gainesville Opportunity Center. If you're not familiar with them, they serve a lot of our neighbors that have mental disabilities or serious mental health issues, and a lot of them can only live independently with significant help, but they can. But it's hard to find housing that's appropriate for them. So they're interested in moving into the housing space. So, how can we help folks like that that don't have a lot of other options? So that, and I haven't heard anything at this table that diverges from that, but the more explicit we can make that today, I think that helps staff really focus their efforts with this limited amount of money. Okay, back around the table, in the order I saw them, just kind of goes clockwise here, so Commissioner Santos, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Towards the 80% AMI, I think they all have that already on there.
Okay, I just wanted to miss one.
Yes, I think it's already on there.
Great.
I'd like to make a couple friendly amendments to the motion if you're good. So the first one is I think we should try to prioritize the affordable housing in high opportunity areas, kind of putting that as a goal of it. I know. The second is on the recommendation 2 for the 8 million, that we allow it for the for sale market to not just be single family homes, but to be other types of homes. The fourth one, that we add direct the city attorney to bring the $50 million affordable municipal housing bond ordinance to the commission.
Say that again.
That we direct the city attorney to bring back the ordinance for putting the referendum on the ballot.
For November.
I'm just gonna place on there, just so we all know before the vote takes place, the timing around that. It may be an issue, but I just want to make sure we at least flesh that out before that motion is carried.
Well, we'll see let's just take one step at a time. If that portion passes today,
Okay,
I think the attorney will need to call the supervisor this afternoon.
okay.
If it doesn't pass, then it's a moot point.
That's right. My recollection was she said she had to have the ballot language by July 31st. I've sent her an email just confirming that, whether it was just the intent to have an item.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're
We'll hold tight.
balancing out space in there. It's just really the
I understand.
yeah. So concerning the
Wait, do you agree to those 3 modifications? Okay, so just to be clear, and Commissioner Duncan Walker, I think you were out when the motion was made. The motion was essentially to accept the recommendations that Mr. Harris presented, as well as prepare an ordinance for the bond, for a $50 million bond, just as is. And then Commissioner Santos' modifications were that those housing units should be in high opportunity areas, that they should include all housing types, not just exclusively single family and as part of some of the recommendations, and then the ordinance come from the attorney.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
where
Mayor. I do have a question, just a point of clarity.
Yeah.
What is Commissioner's definition of high opportunity area, just for me to be clear? What is a high opportunity area?
I think those are kind of set by the federal.
There is a
government.
federal definition. It's access to schools, jobs, grocery, parks,
Okay.
that sort of
Thank
thing.
you. So
Mainly-
by federal definition.
Yeah,
Okay.
mainly my goals, those are areas that are seeing prices, or already seeing high prices. So that's where we need to put affordable housing, is areas which are seeing already high prices.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
So to the municipal bond, I mean, yes, it would be in November, the ballots would be in October. To the staffing issue, I mean, I heard this during the broadband as well, we don't have the staff. I would hope that we would never have the staff ready to go spend $50 million. We shouldn't. We should never have staff ready to spend massive amounts of money, because they would just be sitting there wasting. You decide to go do something, then you can go hire the staff and you go do it. That's how these large things work. You should never have staff just sitting, waiting to be able to work on these large projects. For municipal housing bond, it would go to the ballot. That gives the commission the right to go issue a bond. It doesn't issue the bond on that day. So by the time we get money, I think the earliest would be 9 months from now, probably by the time we would get money. We could also issue that at any time we want to. We don't have to issue it by a certain, like January or stuff like that, so we can get all the staffing on board. That's our plan. This is the plan. This goes into details. Same plan that's 8 million. You just make the numbers bigger. I mean, that's what the plan is. Rental housing now goes to 25 million, and it helps. Instead of helping just 171 people, it helps 1,200 people. So I don't think you're going to get more on all of these looking across the country. You're not going to get more than this, because you don't say what exact property you're going to work on. You don't say all these things because you don't know, because this is going to be, by the time we start working on this stuff, it's 2-3 years from now before this thing's out. And to get housing built, the quickest thing would be 24 months. So I know you still want to have the $8 million spent. By the time we want to bring this up again, it's not going to be built. We won't see stuff built by that time. It takes a long time to do construction projects. And then with even these supply chain constraints, it's even more difficult. So that's why I think we need to allocate the money now, so that gives us the ability to start planning. When you know we have the money, we can plan for the future. And by not having that, we can't plan for the future. And thousands of people in our community will not have an affordable house because of the decision being made today at this table. And we can make a difference in that. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a thing that we have a real serious problem with is an inability to say, we did a good thing for this family today, and we should feel good about that family today. We have a problem with, let's do the next right thing. No, we have to do all the right things. That ain't how it works. That ain't how it works. We've actually done some things over the last couple of years that have changed families' lives already. We don't give any thought to that. We're talking about 203 families as if that's nothing. We're starting from near scratch with this. This is not a department that we've had that has done this sort of thing. We don't have a track record. I feel like what we're trying to do is sell a really good loan package for some kind of car that we're not going to specify until we sell the loan. And I don't like feeling that way. Trying to do a $50 million loan is harder than we're making it sound. It is not going to be a slam dunk if you just roll it out. If we prepare as best we possibly can, which we have not, and try to roll it out, it's still going to be a challenge. Our community has a terrific track record of saying yes to taxing ourselves for very good projects that we were very detailed about. Wild Spaces Public Places, the 1 mil, there's a great track record. When we said, this is what it is. These are some of the things you can get your head around and really kind of touch and feel what it's going to be. That's why we approve those things in this community. If we roll out and say, trust us with $50 million. Come on, we have most of the math. That isn't going to work, and it shouldn't work. I wouldn't vote for that. It shouldn't be just around this table either. It should be in the community, having the conversation with multiple groups who you can get on board. That's, again, how Wild Spaces has worked in the past. That's how the 1 mil worked in the past. I get the timing of this. I understand. It's pretty clear. We all want to do great things. Let's do the next right thing. And let's not... It is disappointing to me that we are faced with what I believe is a huge opportunity to do some life-changing work, and we're going to walk out of here saying, well, it was a failure because we couldn't do everything. Come on. Let's take advantage of what has been dropped in our lap and show that we can do it. Now, we've all been looking at the letter from the county commission about GCRA. You want to talk about, we've got millions of dollars that exist already that we don't know what to do with, that we haven't been able to put together. We all have things we'd like to do, but we haven't been able to really put it out there and do it. Do we want to do that again? I don't think we do. I think we ought to put some track record on putting some shovels in the ground and getting this stuff moving forward the way we have with Wild Spaces Public Places, and showing that we can make this work. Because it isn't a one-shot deal. It's a long, as you said, and as you said, you know, we're talking about a century worth of housing here. Let's plan it right. Let's start from the beginning in a way that really works with some detail on it. Because I'll tell you this, if we put it on the ballot in November, which, as Commissioner Sacco pointed out, really starts voting in early October. It's a very short time from here, and it doesn't work, the ability to make it work 2 years later is a lot harder. It's that thing that failed 2 years ago then. I would like us to be able to put something on the ballot in '24 that really works, whether I'm around this table or whether I'm working on it from a different viewpoint. It's a laudable thing to do, but I don't want it to fail. So these first 9 recommendations here are things that are going to change lives in this community. And they're part of creating a whole new way of doing things in the city of Gainesville that's going to take some getting used to. Let's do that, and let's celebrate that, and not be disappointed that we couldn't help everybody all at once. The next right thing is what I think we ought to be doing here, and we have the opportunity to do that. I'm excited about some of this, but I don't want us to walk out thinking that we have failed because we didn't do everything and solve every single family's problem. Thank you.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Ward, for your comments. Two words come to mind looking at all of this, and it is accountability. We have to prove to the public that yes, we can take those dollars, we can spend them well, and we put the housing on the ground. Second one is confidence. I think people have to have confidence that we can deliver. And the way you build that confidence is by engaging the community. I think the school board has been very successful. Mr. Mayor, you can help me with their bond.
The 1 mil.
Their 1 mil. They were very successful because they took the time to sell it to the people, to engage the community in it. And the bond issue, the general obligation bond may work, but it may work after we build the confidence, after we engage the public with it and take it out to the community. So today, I would ask that the motion be separated.
It will, yeah.
It will be.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker, we good? Oh,
I just was going to ask for a separation.
yeah, very good. And then you wanted to, Commissioner Ariel wanted to make sure you heard something that he said while you were out of the room. So
Yeah,
I'll turn back to you for that. Do you remember what it
You made
was?
a really great point about land availability, and I wanted to use some of the appendixes which we've been provided to point out why I'm supporting the ending of exclusionary zoning. Because if you look at these appendixes, there is a limitation, and it's entirely based on the fact that we have restrictive zoning in Gainesville that doesn't allow us to build multiple types of affordable housing. And so, if we're going to worry about land availability, ending exclusionary zoning is one way, the most effective way to have more opportunities for affordable housing, multifamily housing, and anything in between. We heard tiny houses today, right? So, I think these maps illustrate that point. And I'm okay with separating the motion. I appreciate what everyone has said. I've been a commissioner for 5 years. I just have my beliefs and my opinions about what I think it takes to address some of these issues, and you all are allowed to have your opinions and beliefs about what's the best way to do that. I don't think what is being proposed is as poorly thought out as has been illustrated. But that's okay. We make decisions as a body. We don't make decisions alone. So if the majority of the body is not comfortable putting this on the ballot in November, then I'm sure we can at least begin to think about what it looks like in the future. And I just don't want it to die on the table today. That's really my biggest concern. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we'll invite our neighbors up to share their thoughts with us now. Sort of whoever is ready. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for the chance to speak, and I hope I know the right way to do it. Where am I pointing this? Where's the device? I'm trying to get back to your recommendations look like this, the short form. Yeah, right here. Yeah. Let me say one thing overall. A number of you pointed out that this was making, I think your term was drop in the bucket. My term is tip of the iceberg. And I look at that when I look at these AMI selections, whether you're looking at 80% or 50%. So every time we see 80%, that's tip of the iceberg. That's skimming the cream off of the large loan. So recommendation 1 has 50% AMI, wonderful. Recommendation 2 talks about 80% AMI, and I think that's just shooting too low. I mean, as far as numbers you will affect, that's shooting pretty low. And so it should be 50% to 60%. But in both recommendation 1 and recommendation 2, the years to keep the units affordable should be 50 in both cases. 30 years is a generation. 15 is not even an economic horizon. It should be 50 years that they're held affordable. And I agree about exclusionary zoning being a terrible thing, but that's been the pattern that's what has set the pattern for generations. You don't generate new units by attacking that because the pattern is there. The buildings are standing. What can you move forward with? And so in recommendation, where was it? Recommendation 7. Engage should be compel. And of course I'm talking about inclusionary zoning. Who can build a lot of units? The private sector, not you. If you don't compel their participation, you're never going to move this beyond a ½ an inch. You're not going to get there. You've got to get that courage and do what's necessary. And the legislature told you to compensate them. The stuff you've been begging them with, the developers, when I say them, for 25 years is what you can compensate them with. The reduced setbacks, the expedited permits, the density bonuses, etc. You're not going to meet the need until the private sector is participating. It won't happen. And inclusionary zoning is how you get there. So, in recommendation 6, for city-owned land, that should include affordable housing units in higher SES enclaves, strictly. Get away from income that's segregated by value, by income level.
Appreciate it.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Scott Winsler. I'm the Chief Outreach and Development Officer for Alachua Habitat for Humanity. As our affiliate considers the affordable housing framework as presented by Mr. Harris, we have 3 concerns that I wanted to articulate. And I wanted to also, if time permitted, to comment on the bond issue as well. While we recognize the recommendation to expend 75% of the available $8 million funds on affordable rentals addresses a critical need, it does little to address wealth accumulation of the populations for whom the rentals are being directed. By contrast, investing in affordable home ownership, whether it be single-family or multifamily, creates opportunities for those households to not only generate intergenerational wealth, but also encourages the buildup of a greater community-wide equity. Homeowners stay in one place for a long time. As a result, they are more engaged in their community, feel more pride in their neighborhoods than renters. Educational outcomes are improved. Children of homeowners are 17% more likely, they have a 17% higher rate of enrolling in post-secondary education. It's just one example of the education improvements. I encourage the commission to consider allotting far more than the 15% of the ARPA funds to homeownership. The second concern is we're concerned that $6 million directed to affordable home rentals will strain the abilities to obligate the funds by the deadline 12/31/24 and expend the funds by 12/31/26. I'd like the commissioners to know that given sufficient notice, agencies such as ours, NHDC, Bright Communities, will be able to successfully meet those spending deadlines. We're also very concerned about the 2% or $160,000 being recommended in recommendation number 5 for land acquisition. As an example, when we consider the cost of some of the acquisition Habitat is currently negotiating, 5-acre parcel and a 30-acre parcel, $160,000 wouldn't even come close to covering the cost of either one. By way of comparison, in 2018, the city of Austin, Texas approved a $250 million bond initiative for affordable housing, 40% of which went to land acquisition. So in the 22 seconds I have left, let me just say that in terms of the bond issue, I would ask that the commission plan diligently, market excessively, bring the plan to the voters, and also to aim high. $50 million sounds like a lot. Austin did 250. It took them 3 tries to get there.
Thank you.
But they got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commission, City Manager, Malcolm Kiner here representing the Gainesville Housing Authority. Just like to say that I am encouraged. My enthusiasm echoes Commissioner Ariola's about the plan. We also would support the bond, but we understand that there does need to be planning made available. To 2 points that commissioners made, Commissioner Duncan Walker, we are in communications with the manager and with Corey. Congratulations, Corey. This is great to hear. And yes, we do need the city so in order to redevelop and reposition our properties. To the second point, Commissioner Ward, you talked about the process of the ADU. So we are currently in the process of building an ADU. Like, we received the architectural proposal yesterday. So we operate in the sunshine. We are willing to work with the city, with city staff on that process of us permitting the ADU, us developing the ADU, and sharing the cost or letting you all know what everything costs so you guys can inform the public. So we are willing and open to do that. All right, thank you.
Anybody else? Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope I get another minute just for transportation purposes.
We don't start the clock till you're here.
Thank you so much. One, I just want to take 10 seconds to say the talent you have in the city of Gainesville, the idea that Corey Harris is a local, and he won't mind me saying this, but a local boy. Malcolm Kiner being a local boy. His sister having been chosen yesterday to run Children's Trust, a local boy. When you do the right things, you look at local talent, it's right here. We don't have to go to New York or Texas or California to find the best and the brightest, and I laud them, and I laud this hopefully short-term interim city manager because she'll be made permanent because you will have the good insight to select her to run the city by finding that kind of talent. I appreciate your leadership in that way. Corey, I've known you since you were a young man, and you continue to excel. And I hope I can say Corey and not Mr. Harris, because I want you to call me Ed. This plan is exactly what you need to be doing, but I can't say it's perfect because I would need me to be up here if I said that. Only thing I've said, and I've said this to him privately, is because the most meaningful affordable housing tool has been the low-income housing tax credit in the last 30 years, and it starts at 60%. That's the only, and that's a slight issue that I think we can be discussed, and he and the city manager can have that discretion to work through that with new projects. The only thing I would add that I think will be enhancing really to this is what I don't see here because he wasn't asked, and the city manager wasn't asked, is put on the table the affordable housing opportunities in the CRA. Put on the table in a large budget for affordable housing, CDBG, home, SHIP, and look at your entire budget and say, what could 10 million, 12 million, 15 million of existing dollars do for you in a 2-year time frame? You are spending it already. You're already doing it. You're already leveraging money. But if you got $7 million in CRA money and you only use 1.2 for affordable housing, and the economic development says that they follow rooftops, rooftops follow housing. So you need to do some more in those areas, and every time you do that, the tax base you generate comes back into the pot for you to do more with, whether you do it in the CRA or outside the CRA. So I would hope whether you pass this today and move forward, or as the city manager is developing her 2022-2023 budget, that she gives some leeway to Mr. Harris, Corey, to put that together in that way. I think you're on the right table. I look for the idea of Commissioner Duncan Walker's to be a part of a larger forum to discuss what we can get done and get done quickly. I'll say to my good friend the mayor, don't say 17 months, you've got 29 months to spend this money, so you do have a little bit more time, but December 31 of 24, and I think you can get it done in that time frame. Thank you very much for having me.
Tana Silva. I'd first like to ask if there's a way that the community can have a little time to look at the details of this. I mean, I just got it available yesterday afternoon, and the whole work plan is quite detailed. There's a lot to it, and I really appreciate the work that's gone into it. And it encompasses a lot more than these 2 items. It's very broad, but I think the community hasn't had a chance to look at it. And no, I'm not trying to dither or delay or anything like that, but I think a lot of this is super important and needs a little more collective input, and I doubt that even you have, as commissioners, have had a lot of time to look at the details. Anyway, the one thing that stands out to me, I guess, a lot is the tendency toward new rental housing. That's not really, the biggest, most impactful way to use the money, I would say. And like number one, I think it's a lot more complicated than it looks to just say, 30 years or however many years at 50% AMI. There are a lot of moving parts to that. It's very complicated, as I'm sure housing people know about. Then skipping down, new single-family homes, same thing. That's, a long process, and 80% AMI isn't doing that much good. The great need is the 50 and 60% and less of rentals that are in most urgent need. And that's something that, I'm just going to say it again, really, this commission in 5 years hasn't really put a lot of energy into having, very concentrated efforts at housing. Number 3, it's a very small amount for owner-occupied rehab. It's almost nothing, really, compared to the need. And that was identified as Schimberg, not only single family, but all of the, lower rent places and lower income people's places of affordable housing are the rehab of those and preservation of those is the most urgent need. That's going to have the most urgent effect. So please do not go forward with the housing bond. Please read the Forbes recent article called California Scheming. And about the rosy projections for these municipal housing bonds and what really is happening now in the bond market. The city's in a lot of debt already, and
Thank you, Ms.
and I think that just needs to be put aside for a lot further comment. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Hello, still Gary Gordon. I really appreciate the work that was put into this. This is one of the most detailed pieces of information that I've seen come out of the city. And so, Mr. Harris and your team and whoever all worked on it, thank you. Just a couple of comments in two different areas. I want to focus on the Affordable Housing Workshop Summary number 5. Page 2. Many neighbors are concerned that the proposed changes to comprehensive plan, including the elimination of exclusionary zoning, amending the occupancy limits, etc., would not result in the production of affordable housing units, and are concerned the changes would reduce the quality of life in the city's neighborhoods. Okay, you got a big meeting on that next week, where you're going to figure out maybe what you're going to do about exclusionary zoning, and I've read in the paper that you have the votes to eliminate single-family zoning. That doesn't mean that suddenly all the people that have been concerned about this effort to invade single-family zoning are suddenly going to be okay with what you've done, or that they're going to believe that this is going to result in affordable housing. You won't have changed people's minds even if you take that action. I want to speak to the community meetings that have been held and what was wrong with them and what kind of meetings you need to have. Those workshops that were held around Gainesville Rise weren't really workshops. They were tables around a room, like at the Senior Center and West Side Rec, where no overall presentation of the program was ever made. People heard different things from different people as they moved from table to table. Nobody knew if they were hearing the same thing all along. So you had no real communication going on about what the deal was and no common understanding, which is why you ran into problems when you had the subsequent hearings and a bunch of people showed up and said, what the heck is going on? That's going to happen again on August 4th. You need to do real community outreach on this stuff, real community outreach. The Bo Diddley thing, that didn't quite cut it either. That consultant that was online from New York sounded like she'd never been to Gainesville. Okay, I got 24 seconds. The bond issue, as much as I really don't want to agree with Commissioner Ward because we're opponents, but I think he's right. You know, this needs to wait, and the others who have spoken to this too, this needs to wait until you can really put something serious together and put together a plan to convince people. If you go door to door right now, nobody wants to give you a nickel. They want to hear how they're going to deal with their utility rates. That's what they want to know. Thank you.
Good afternoon, John DeCarmine, Executive Director at Grace. I do want to congratulate Mr. Harris and also commend the city and the city manager for actually setting this money aside for affordable housing. It's not a direction that it had to go in, and I'm very grateful that it did. As pretty much all of you have acknowledged, it is not going to get us where we need to go, but this plan is certainly a huge step forward in the right direction and a great way to start to look at. I saw 20 different affordable housing programs referenced in there. If we can have all of those kind of moving in the right direction, we have some opportunities to actually get some good work done. Coming from the homeless services world, we have developed an expertise in figuring out what to do when we don't have nearly enough resources to help everybody who needs help. And the first thing that we do is triage. Same thing that's done in an emergency room. For that reason, I was very happy to see that we're targeting this. Many of the recommendations look at 50% or below of AMI. 30% or below AMI gets us much closer to solving the immediate crises that we need to solve if we want to see true impact on affordable housing. The data that was shown with 2019 dollars for area median income, 8,346 cost-burdened renters. I don't know anybody in the past 3 years for whom things have gotten easier economically, so I imagine that number is much higher already. Even if it was only 8,000, I'll say 7,500 for easy math. What we know looking at the court records is for every 3 evictions, one of those households becomes homeless. So if we're not solving this for those most at risk, it's the difference between homelessness versus we're out another $100 or $200 or $300 if we can find that. So the more work we can do to target this to 30% of area median income or below, the better off we'll be and the bigger impact we'll see, the most immediate impact we'll see on the lives of people here. 3 other quick points. 1, I love all of this except recommendation 9. I notice is an unfunded recommendation to increase capacity of nonprofit housing entities. Capacity and funding are generally the same thing for most nonprofits. I would hope that there's some way, the city does a great job already of that, but just want to draw attention to that. I would love to volunteer to help with a future bond issue and see what we can do to increase a much bigger number than $50 million for affordable housing. If $8 million is not going to cut it, then 5 times, 6 times that amount is also not going to cut it. It's a lot of work to get to just part way. Finally, a quick point of clarification. I heard a comment earlier about housing for homeless people. And by definition, when a person without a home is moved into a home, they're just a person. So there's really no such thing as housing for homeless people. There's just housing. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, Chuck Ross. Actually, I wanted to follow up on some of the things that Gary Gordon said. You know, you can't slap together something without thinking it through and explaining it to the public in 2 or 3 days and try to get it on the ballot. It's just not the way to do it. As far as there was a throwaway comment at the end about the exclusionary housing. There's a number of reports out there that show that they've studied other states that have tried to do this, and the fact of the matter is it doesn't really accomplish what you're trying to do. And you should take the time to try to research some of the articles that have been written. Now, the first gentleman that got up here and spoke about, I believe he's inclusionary housing, where that does work, and that's something that you ought to think about concentrating on. And Commissioner Duncan Walker, who asked the question I wanted to ask because nobody seems to explain, what's the quantity of what we're talking about here? We talk about affordable housing, but what are the needs? And thank you. And we need to have a report to explain that, and that will help people understand better what you're trying to do. But I think you need to keep your eye focused on the ball. It's affordable housing that you're trying to accomplish here, and by going with the exclusionary, trying to convert or eliminate single-family residential housing and call it neighborhood residential, it's not going to accomplish the goal of creating affordable housing, or for that matter, probably diversifying neighborhoods either. So you need to think about that hard and long. And these are the people that you want to get support for to push forward a bond in the future. You know, that's another thing you might want to think about.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kim Tanzer. I too would like to congratulate Mr. Harris on his new position and on the work that he's done in this last few months to put this report together. It's extremely thorough, and it's the first time I have seen this much information that's credible in one place. And so thanks to him and Mayor, Manager Curry, to you for hiring him. I support the ARPA recommendations in general. I like that they are focused at 50% or below AMI, and I hear people saying that 30% would be even better, and I think that should be considered. I want to encourage you to look carefully at the report SWOT recommendations, because they really detail what we do well and what we don't do well and what we can improve on. They're far more detailed than there was time to talk about today, but they're very helpful. In particular, I think the fact that there are 20-plus initiatives at work in Gainesville right now providing affordable housing in some fashion is worth recognizing. As Commissioner Ward said, there are things that we're doing that nobody's bragging about, and we should. And if they're working well, we should do more of them, which I think is what Mr. Harris is suggesting. To my knowledge, it's unknown how many new units of housing we need. We know that as of now, there are 16,000 families who are cost burdened at various levels, but that's not the same thing as units being needed. We do not need to build 16,000 new units of housing necessarily. Nobody knows how many we need, and I think that's an important thing to look for. Several people have talked about the percentage of money allocated being flexible, and I think that's a good idea moving forward. For instance, I know some people think that more units could be rehabilitated, and keeping people in their existing homes is always a good idea for many, many reasons. Similarly, is it 30% or 50% AMI? Should it remain affordable for 30 years or 15 years or 50 years? I think those things should be tuned as we go along, as you go along. And finally, I'd like to remind you that currently there's the $8 million of ARPA funding plus another $1 million for a community land trust, which is for affordable housing in another fashion. There were $13 million allocated, as I remember, in the current year's budget for affordable housing, and there is an $8 million pot of money that the Gainesville, Florida Housing Corporation, Inc. received for the Seminary Lane property. I know that's not city money, but it too is for affordable housing. So that's 13 plus 9 plus $8 million available right now to help with affordable housing, and I hope it will be well spent. Thank you.
Anybody else?
All right, well, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Casey Fitzgerald. I'm the newly appointed or drafted president of a nonprofit organization, the Gainesville Neighborhood Voices. We formed this organization primarily in response to the pending comp plan and zoning changes that will cause myriad adverse impacts to neighborhoods throughout Gainesville, most immediately and dramatically in primarily black neighborhoods through greatly increasing the rate of gentrification. But when we pulled together the representatives of neighborhoods across the community, it quickly became apparent that there's a lot we could do to promote, protect, and enhance the social fabric of Gainesville's neighborhoods, and we are committed to doing so. We will say that the work plan presentations today are actually very uplifting. I agree this is a nice comprehensive start. We think that the affordable strategies discussed herein are tried and true and have been shown to work within reasonable timeframes. The fact that $8 million of federal funds are immediately available, and as Ms. Tanzer just mentioned, a lot of other funds I think are available if you all look for it. Maybe that would be a good priority for you all to do. And then a well thought out $50 million bond measure could be available in the future. Those are certainly both causes for optimism. So at first blush, our organization conceptually supports this work plan approach. We, of course, like others, want to give these strategies a thorough review and work collaboratively with city staff on other options before endorsing a specific package. We endorse the commission and the staff's recent efforts on this to date. We also sincerely encourage you to devote your attention fully to these types of affordable housing strategies and to develop a very defensible plan to secure future adequate funding. In closing, we think you should pursue this very supportable approach, ripe for collaboration, in lieu of pursuing the highly divisive, unwanted, and completely unproven comp plan and zoning changes that would eliminate single-family zoning throughout Gainesville, scheduled for your August 4 City Commission meeting. We really appreciate your time and for your due consideration of our final recommendations. And since I have a few more seconds, let me just share with you the members of our leadership team for the Gainesville Neighborhood Voices. We have Monica Frazier of Spring Hill, Susan Maston, Richard Allen, and Naquanda Jah of the Duck Pond, Peggy Carr of Florida Park, Wayne Fields of Azalea Trails, the Reverend Ronald Fox of Porters, Kim Tanzer of Gulfview, and myself of Ridgewood. So it's a good cross-section. We're working as hard as we can together. We want to move things forward in a collaborative fashion in Gainesville with your all's assistance. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, thanks for sharing your thoughts with us, everybody. We do have a motion on the floor. We're going to split it. So the first motion will be moving forward with the plan as.
I just have a quick question.
Go ahead.
So the Mr. Harris, so on the money to be allocated, it could be in a multi-income property, correct? Like, is that correct? Or would it have to be 100% affordable?
So based on the recommendation, it's just for instance, the first recommendation is for those that are 50% is and below. All the money must be directed for those units that will provide housing for those 50% is and below. And then recommendation 2 would be 80% is and below for the home ownership.
So I mean, like if that developer, we're subsidizing 50% of the homes, the other 50% could be market rate, or?
No, based on my again, this was, based on staff recommendation, it would be, they can only use the money for those particular units that's gonna be housing those individuals that are in those categories.
Any city money.
Any city money.
You're both saying the same thing.
Yes. They are.
The money can only be used for units that are going to affordable housing.
That is correct.
Right.
Yes.
But if that same developer in that same development wants to build market rate, they could also do that as well.
That's true.
Right,
Okay.
yes, they can build market
No
rate,
city
but they wouldn't
money
be.
would
Yeah,
go
that's
there.
okay.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, just one.
Okay, first part of the motion is for the housing plan that included the item on high opportunity areas, all housing types, not just, say, single family or multifamily. And that's it. So all in favor of that motion, that part of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimously. Second part is to ask the attorney to bring back an ordinance for a $50 million housing bond. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No?
That motion fails. Ariola and Hayes Santos were in the affirmative on that. All right, thank you all. Very good discussion. Appreciate it, especially appreciate staff for the hard work in this. Yes?
Can we make it official? I want to at least make a motion to authorize staff to continue analyzing an affordable housing bond, and if it's going to be 2 years from now, so be it.
Commissioner, I would just really, that's going to be up to the next commission, because they're the ones that are going to have to authorize it, and that's just a few months away. And so I would not want staff doing that work now if the next commission isn't interested in it, right? So I hear you, but I just think it's most appropriate to bring it back up in January. I'm going to bring it back up, because I think it needs to be on the ballot in 24, and I'm going to, so I'll lobby, I'll be in y'all's office.
Okay.
I'm going to ask for an appointment right now. Okay, we still got a couple items on our agenda, and I don't want to shortchange them. Go ahead.
Could we flip the two remaining items? Mr. Gordon's right. What people are talking about on the doors is GRU bills. I don't want to
Okay,
miss that.
Commissioner, I really need y'all here for commission comment, but, well. Okay, I'm going to just keep the agenda. This will be quick. Go ahead, Chief, Madam Manager.
Chief,
Hey, we'd love to invite you to stick around, but if we can hear your conversations up here, so if you want to have those, just step out in the hall. We'll welcome you back whenever you're done. Chief, go ahead. Go ahead, Manager.
This should be short. It's just, the debt program and where we are.
Okay, just to follow up an update on the cadet program. Since our last meeting, our last presentation, we've met with all the entities involved, the Career Source Center and the Santa Fe College. We met with Dr. Brody and Ms. Marty. We are in agreement on how we're going to proceed. We have a draft MOU prepared, and it will be forwarded to the city manager's office for review. Once that's done, we will be sending that out to be signed. We hope to have all that codified within the next 2 to 3 weeks at the longest. We have already, we met as a group and outlined what we can, the common core of the program. We incorporated such things as English and writing, math up to Algebra 2. Also, first responder. So all the participants will be given a 40-hour course on becoming a first responder. We thought that would be valuable throughout the organization. We have a list of qualifications that we expect. The most important thing was the disqualifiers for folks. We wanted to make sure we outlined that, and because they were different at different levels, different things for police and fire and for utilities. Right now, we're busy trying to get everything laid out for the Career Source Center to begin the advertising and assisting us with that. We're working with HR, city HR, to coordinate that and trying to make sure that we have everything in place. But we're moving on pretty good. We would like to have had that done by September. It won't happen by then. We will have it done no later than, I'm guessing, November, possibly October.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Need a
Yeah, go
motion?
ahead, Commissioner. Yeah, there's a motion to authorize the execution of the MOU.
Yes, move to approve the execution of a memorandum of understanding between the participating parties subject to approval by the city attorney's office as to form and legality.
Okay, motion is second to approve the recommendation. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Okay, back to the commission. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Up next, we have an update on GRU's customer service. Mr. Cunningham.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I know all of you, including all of staff, customers, are all very concerned about bills this summer. And so really wanted to have an opportunity to provide a lot of information of where we are and what's kind of going on, so that you as commissioners as well as the public can have more transparency into kind of where we are. So if I can entertain a few 10 minutes and kind of go through that, and then entertain questions at the end. So you all know that this summer we're having extraordinarily hot weather. So it's a very hot summer, both June and July. In addition to that, fuel prices worldwide, nationwide, and then here locally have all drastically increased, as well as we have some labor shortage issues, which has sometimes led to longer billing cycles. So in a certain month, you may have more than 30 days billing, which contributes to that. That is adjusted the following month or in future, but that could lead to a month of much higher bills. Again, these problems are not unique to GRU. These are utilities across the state of Florida, across the nation, and even across the world. On top of that, as we all know, prices of everything is going up. Whether you go to the gas pump, you go to the Publix, you go to other places, prices are up. And so that's had a profound impact on our customers, our neighbors, and residents around. And so what I wanted to share a few things of what GRU is trying to do to be proactive about this reality and be helpful specifically to customers. And again, some detailed information that helps kind of contextualize it. So one, I'm just going to introduce Kenzan Hutchinson, our Chief Customer Officer. He's here as well, and as we go through this and there's questions, he may come up and answer some of those and engage with some of those questions as well. So one, just to kind of put facts to the reality, last June, the max day of heat was 93. This June, it was 99. Last June, or compared to last June to this June, we're about 5 degrees higher throughout the month of June. And so the results of that is folks are using more electricity to cool their homes, and that has a pretty profound impact on bills. In addition to that, as I stated, the fuel adjustment. So try to say this as plainly as possible. So fuel in the utility industry is what we call a pass-through cost. So what does that mean? So what that means is whatever GRU is paying for fuel to generate power, we pass all of that cost directly onto the customer. And so we have what's called a fuel adjustment that every month is looked at to see where we are to what we're buying in the market. And just to give you some specific information, natural gas has nearly tripled from last summer. So we're paying 3 times as much for natural gas. There's a lot of reasons for that. I think there's debates over those reasons. You know, the Russian-Ukraine conflict, coming out of COVID in the world supply chain, other things happening in the world. But the reality is it's nearly tripled. And so our fuel supply, we use about 2/3 of our fuel supply is from natural gas to generate power. The vast majority of the remaining of it is through our biomass plant. Right now, our biomass plant is significantly less expensive to operate and run and generate power than that natural gas because of those high prices. But we still have about 2/3 of our fleet that's in that. And so it demonstrates an importance of fuel diversity as markets move and change. And for us, with the biomass plant right now, we're at least keeping prices down from that perspective. But to give you an example of the impact of that fuel adjustment, so on a 1,000 kilowatt hour bill, the change from last summer to this summer is about $50 on a 1,000 kilowatt hour bill. And so I know customers are calling and asking because they have $200 increase in their bill. So the vast majority of that increase is really due to extra usage of power. The fuel adjustment absolutely has an impact. And if you're a 1,500 kilowatt, then that's $75 change. So the fuel adjustment does have a real impact, but usage has an impact as well, and sometimes much more profoundly than the fuel adjustment. So what we've been trying to do, starting really in November, but really focusing this spring, has been to try to really educate customers. We knew this was coming. Fuel prices were skyrocketing throughout the spring. So we've been through many channels, including the web, websites, social media, direct emails to customers that give us their email address, bill inserts, just different ways to communicate that this is coming, and that the main short-term thing that can be done to have an impact on your bill is reducing usage. There are no other knobs that are short little fixes than reducing usage, and so we've really tried to get out there that message to be prepared as we come into this time. But I know there's so much information flowing into us in the current culture and society. It's difficult, but we're continuing to try to get that out there of tips, ways that folks can do that and reduce their usage. So I want to talk specifically about some of the things that I categorize it as turning over every stone. What is everything we can possibly do to help and assist customers? So number one is really encouraging customers to call GRU. 352-334-3434 is our customer service line. And what that allows you to do is really get access to a lot of the other things I'm going to talk about here that can help with that reduction in usage or help with their bill. Visit our website. So GRU.com, we have GRU.com/energy savers, GRU.com/save energy, GRU.com/fuel adjustment. Those are all resources that very plainly lay out ways to reduce your bill or explains that fuel adjustment and how that works. In addition, we work and partner with a lot of local agencies. And so just to name a few, Central Florida Community Action Agency, City of Gainesville Housing, the CWC, Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, Habitat for Humanity, Elder Care, Gainesville Community Ministry. These are just a small list of many others that we partner with. And so those agencies really some of them provide direct help on your utility bill, to help you just pay the utility bill. Some of them do help with improvements to your home that then translate in reduced energy usage. And so again, really encourage folks, there's a lot of ways to get in contact with those people, and we have their numbers. Or if you call customer service, we'll be able to provide those resources as well. The other thing, and a big program for us, and the City Commission made an action this year with the ARPA money, is to fund the LEAP program, the Low Income Energy Efficiency Program, as a way for people to have a pretty dramatic and profound impact on their home and how they use energy, doing home improvements that can drastically reduce utility bills as well. So we can still continue people to sign up. We have those funds over the next couple of years. And we're doing more right now. We're probably almost more right now than we've been in the last couple of years. And so there's a lot of activity there. Encourage customers to do that. We've also continued to have an extended time for disconnects. So they used to be years ago, 21 days post your bill. If you haven't paid your disconnect, that is at 35 days. And so we've tried to give that additional time. We are in the process of, this is a technical issue that we're adjusting, but we're in the process of eliminating late fees during this time. So that if someone is late on their bill, they won't get a late fee during this time. We're also working on, we have a 24-month deposit for higher risk customers where you have a 24 months that you have to have a deposit. We're looking at reducing that, and again, some of this is technical issues. We're looking at reducing that to 12 months. So if people are paying their bills and in line for 12 months, that we'll release that deposit back to them so they have those funds in their hands. Let's see, so in addition to that, some of the things we always have in place, again, calling 352-334-3434, we have extended payments, like where we can extend the time before your payments due. We can do installment payments, so you've racked up, a bigger bill, and we can have installments over a long period of time. That, again, if you're calling customer service, they can help with some of those programs. The challenge, obviously, with some of those is you still owe the bill, and then the next month you have another bill coming. So acknowledge that it's helpful, but there are challenges, and so some of those partnering agencies may be a better way to kind of get to a point where you have some relief. The other thing is, in terms of, just to give an example, because I think it's important. Sometimes we hear, oh, well, if you turn your lights off and you do this, you'll save money, but it feels like pennies. To give you an example, if turning your air off when you leave the house, adjusting your thermostat, trying to get closer to that 78 degrees, and I know when it's hot, we want to go lower, but getting that closer to the 78 degrees, adjusting hot water heater to 120 degrees, that's kind of a set it and forget it thing. If you can get it there, as well as just shortening showers, fixing leaky toilets. Just some of those things, on average, you'd save over $1,000 a year on your utilities making some of those adjustments. And so those are examples of things. We have a lot more examples that we try to share with folks if they call in. The last thing I want to touch on and then kind of open up for questions is there's been a lot of questions about, well, basically, GRU, do you have a savings account? Can you pull out of a savings account and utilize those funds? So there's two different main funds. One is the fuel levelization fund. If you have a surplus in that fund, you can pull that surplus down to lower the fuel adjustment. We don't have a surplus in that fund. The other thing we have is what's called rate stabilization, which is part of our reserves. Rate stabilization, there's a lot of challenges and you almost can't do an idea of taking out of rate stabilization to adjust the fuel. Essentially, you'd have to raise the base rates accordingly if you did that. And in addition to that, there's tax implications. And so pulling those funds, we'd have to, even City of Gainesville, the state of Florida, we'd have to get those taxes back because that was from a taxed use of the base rates. And so for those reasons, that's not really an option. It's the fuel levelization fund. And again, the fuel levelization fund has already been drawn down. So we're really catching that up and paying for the fuel as that comes in. So I know I haven't touched on anything, and I can talk for an hour about this. And I do want to assure you very humbly, staff is committed daily to what else can we do. We realize the impact to customers, and we realize it's more than just utilities, it's everything in our economy right now. But those are the things of where we are. Oh, the last thing I'll say about fuel adjustment. When fuel prices start to come down, we evaluate that every month. And so we will be ready to reduce that fuel adjustment, but it really is still, the market is still driving that. And it's hard to predict when that will happen. I will say I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, like in the next couple of months. But when that does happen, we'll be able to evaluate where we are and be able to provide that relief there as well. And the last thing is, just got an email a few minutes ago before I started that was just talking about all utilities, public, IOUs in the state of Florida are all experiencing these same things, and kind of gave some of that information about that. So with that, I'll pause, and again, Kanzana is here for very specific, detailed questions about customer service and the help there, and just wanted to open it up for questions and discussion.
All right, thank you, guys. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Mr. Cunningham, for being here with us today, because this is what people want to know. And if we don't answer questions, if we don't tell people what we're doing to try to solve it, then the conspiracy theories win. Because when people are having trouble paying their bills, a story develops, and it can be the truth that gets told, or it can be some kind of weirdness. The difference between the fuel levelization fund and what it's for, as opposed to the rate stabilization fund and what it's for, can you be as specific in broad layperson's terms as possible? Because we need to be able to pass that on. I will tell you that there's I'm sure you've seen it, there's a very popular Facebook post out there telling us that we're holding on to all this money for some nefarious reasons, and that we could just tap it if we wanted to. Let's find a way to put a stake through the heart of that, because it isn't true, but you understand it better than we do.
Right. So, kind of like I said, they're really two separate funds. The rate stabilization fund is really funded by base rates, and so anything if you pulled money out of that, you'd have to raise base rates accordingly to replace it, and it's not supposed to be used to go to do anything with the fuel levelization fund. Fuel levelization fund is it's a different fund, because it's what you're really trying to do, again, is pass those costs on. GRU does not make any money off of fuel. Fuel is just a pass-through, so it costs us this much per month, we're passing on that cost to the customers based on their usage to recover that. That is how the fuel levelization fund, so they're two separate funds that really are not designed to be cross-contaminated or be used in different ways.
And before we started raising the fuel surcharge last fall, we had already spent down below so we set, as I recall, the commission sets the range between the lowest possible amount on the fuel levelization fund and some wonderful figure that would be too much to have in there. And then you, as the general manager, set that monthly surcharge for how we stay as customers, how much we charge to stay within that range.
That's correct.
And we had already spent down this time last year to the point that there was no more dipping into it.
That's correct.
Okay, so
Yes.
we didn't have the option of dipping more into that. We're trying to keep it level, and we're not getting better at it, we're just keeping it
Up right now.
at the bottom of the range that we set. Okay. One other question that I had, one thing I wanted to point out, the length of the billing cycle. When we go beyond the average cycle, average cycle you told me yesterday was 30.4 days, right?
That's the average month, right?
Okay, average month. So.
Sorry, how many days?
30.4 is just the average days of the month.
So if we do a 35-day cycle, that's a significant increase in your bill. So when we don't have enough people, or it's just too hot for them to go out and get the readings done correctly, that's a lot of extra money. I mean, on my bill, I did the math, and it was significant, just by having the extra cycle, or the extra days in the cycle. As we get back to a shorter cycle, that should help with the bills, right? I mean, not hugely, but they won't keep increasing because of it.
Correct.
Yeah, it's about 15%. If you go to a 35-day cycle, it's about 15% more than your average bill, just like that. And that's what happened to a lot of folks. Many people have pointed out to me, and I've experienced it myself, that if your bill is above $500 and you're paying for it with a card, you have to pay 2 service fees of $275. What can we do about that? That seems like insult to injury. I know it's hard, I get it, but
Yeah, so we have an external vendor that we work with on that, and Kanzan and I have been talking about this for a couple of days, so I think he might have more
Yeah, so
information.
let me speak to that, Mayor and Commissioner. So it's a third-party vendor, so we pay directly, so the customers pay directly to that vendor. So we're in contact with the vendor to try to figure out a way to limit that, but it's to the vendor. We have to get in between the vendor and the customer, so we're trying to work through that process.
we ought to be able to, I mean, I know y'all are working on it, but gosh, I mean, when we tell people, not only did we increase your bill a lot, but, oh, by the way, here's an extra $275 you're gonna kick in.
Right.
It just, it's not a lot of money, but it stings. So whatever we can do on that, that would be, if somebody's logging in to pay their bill and they're already kind of up here with it, and that extra little bit, that's what pushes some folks over the edge. So whatever we can do is certainly helpful.
And as aforementioned, we have to work through the contract that we have with them, because there's contractual binding things that we have with the third-party vendors. So we're trying to work through that process to see what we can do for customers at that point.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, the other thing that I would add is, what's happening with all utilities, especially throughout the state that we always interact with, is we're all bouncing off ideas. Everyone's facing the same thing. So we're all bouncing off the ideas of service fees, disconnect, whatever they are, of what's the best way to help customers through this time and navigate through the next couple of months, especially when it's hot. And again, I know it's hard to hear, but the most profound impact that someone can do for themselves is reduce water or energy usage to have the most profound impact on their bill. And so there are a lot of strategies out there. We're trying to communicate those, get those out to people. The other thing I will mention, Kanzan, the area he's responsible for, also they do energy surveys. So someone will come to your house, look at ways that you can reduce usage in your house. It's a survey. They're going to tell you the strategies to do it. It's not that they're going to actually do those fixes, but they'll be able to tell you, hey, here are some things. Your insulation here might not be quite where it needs to be, or other things. And so that's just another tool. And again, calling customer service to kind of leverage these things is really a really good first step. I will balance it, because otherwise, Kanzan's gonna kind of get me. We are in rush, so we are at a peak time of move-in, move-outs, people coming into our community. Customer service is getting a lot of calls right now, but we also realize the criticalness of this topic, and so we're also trying to do as much as we can there to make it so that wait times aren't as long. And so I just want to encourage people too, the website has a lot of this same information as a first stop, as opposed to maybe holding on a line for a while to get to a person. So again, on those things, I'm just trying to be very realistic of where we are and what we're facing, and hope that that's helpful for our customers and everyone. So.
And Mayor and Commissioner, I do want to mention, we talked about LEAP, just some numbers for LEAP. Last year, we were around about 75 houses. We've completed 95 so far. There's 110 that have already been through the process of the application process, and then we still have 50 in the hopper for us to actually complete the process. So we're trending really high with that project, that LEAP program.
And Tony, I want to take a slightly different pass at rate versus fuel levelization. The whole purpose of fuel levelization, fuel prices change daily. So if there was not a fuel levelization fund, GRU would be adjusting people's fuel adjustment every month. Some months it would be high, some months it would be low. And the whole idea behind that is that over the course of a year, ideally under normal circumstances and historical circumstances, that you don't change it at all. Fuel prices go up a little one month, we have a little bit in the fund we can draw down, they go down the next month, we can replenish it, and on their bill, people don't see that change at all. And that's what people generally want, consistency and stability, right? The rate stabilization, the purpose of that really is an emergency fund. Base rates pay for the operation of the utility. And so if there's a hurricane, if there's a massive catastrophe and people all of a sudden aren't paying, that there's no revenue coming in, we have that fund to keep the utility operational for a period of time until we can recover. So they're very different. And if we were to start tapping rate and then something would happen, it would, well, first of all, our bond rating agencies would have pitchforks and torches and be on our front doors. But it would put us in an incredibly high-risk situation. I'm looking at the auditor back there, she'd be waving us off. You can't do that. That's like incredibly high risk. So they serve different purposes. It's just, this is such an extraordinary circumstance that the fuel levelization couldn't come close to do it. If we had a range of maybe 50 or 100% above, maybe it'd still be drawn down, but it's 5 below and 10 above, and it's just, we extinguish it. Commissioner, you had a question or a comment?
I was just going to say thank you very much for the presentation. I think redundancy is the key here. If there's a way to print on a little card the new things, not new things, but the extended disconnect, eliminating the late fee, and reducing from 12 months to, from 24 months to 12 months for high-risk customers. If that could be printed on a card and somehow circulated to people without them having to call in to customer service to get those ideas, I think these are wonderful alternatives that you're presenting.
I appreciate that, Commissioner, and just to, I think this is right, don't hold me to this, but I think we also have about 55,000 email addresses.
Yeah.
So more than half of our customers.
Send it out.
And we have been sending those to folks that provide our emails. And I guess I will plug this time, if customers provide their emails, it's much easier to get them information directly, such as this. And then the last thing I will say, I know this doesn't help your July bill or your August bill, but as we get AMI into place and we have a lot more, the customer will have a lot more information more timely to be able to see where their monthly bill is trending and be able to make adjustments, as well as our ability to send alerts and things like that. I guess I just want to mention, we have some longer term solutions. Obviously that doesn't help this summer, but we understand the challenges that this has, and we want to make sure these aren't challenges that we're always facing into the future.
And finally, I had an energy audit or energy survey done the other day, and it was very, very impressive. They gave me lots of ideas because I had a bill that gave me heartburn. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner, nobody that's ever received one of those was unsatisfied. I mean, literally, everybody I know who's had that experience come out, they've been really appreciative of it. Okay, thank you, Ms. Cunningham, appreciate it. Everybody good? I mean, as good as we can be. We'll keep, we got to refer folks to customer service, and thank you, Ken. So I know this is just an unbelievably challenging time for you and your staff, so just know we're with you. We'll get through it. Okay, folks, there's two things really quickly. One is short, one I need some assistance from y'all. Obviously next Thursday is going to be a challenging meeting. We know that. The first thing, I want to make sure that I think we can set the tone for that meeting, and as long as we're being professional and collegial to one another, we're all incredibly passionate about this issue, and that's a good thing. But the more we can sort of set the tone for that evening portion of the meeting, the better it be. And I thought the workshop was great. I thought that our neighbors were very respectful and polite and civil, and if we can have that same meeting this time, I think it represents our community well. But there's a couple things that I think we need to do to make that meeting function better. As you know, most of you were in agenda review, but all our sort of normal business is in the morning and the afternoon, and then the easy stuff's, that's all that's on the evening. We have no proclamations, we'll say the pledge, and then we'll get down to business, right? So I'd like to ask, hopefully, for a motion to waive our rules to do three things. The first is, I'd like to limit the early public comment at 10 and at 1 to items that are on the morning and afternoon only. In other words, no speaking to the EZ stuff at 10 or 1, because otherwise if 80 people show up then we don't get to any of our business. So that's the first thing, early public comment at 10 and 1 only for those morning and afternoon items. The second is, so there's 3 ordinances, but they all deal with the same issue, right? So there's a, so there's not like a bunch of separate stuff. And everyone showing up is going to be commenting on the sort of overall policy, not like, maybe some detail, but they're going to be saying, pass exclusionary zoning, don't pass exclusionary zoning, save single family, whatever, So what I think would help everybody, just to know how the meeting's going to work and how, most importantly, they're going to be able to participate, is that conduct public comment in the evening portion under the umbrella of early public comment. So we'll do public comment very first thing. We could do it after staff presentation, maybe that would be better. But very first thing before we start deliberating, and they can speak to the overall issue, but there wouldn't be public comment for each ordinance. It would just be the sort of whole kit, kat, and caboodle. And then I also wanted to see if you all, and I will absolutely sort of follow the will of the majority here, to set a time for, a total amount of time for public comment. This is what a lot of jurisdictions do. So, 4 hours, we'll take public comment on these issues for say 4 hours. So from close to 5:30, whenever the first person starts, till 9:30. And at that time, then public comment will end and we'll come back to the commission, read the ordinance into record, and we can do our deliberations and kind of just go through them 1, 2, 3. Dan, you seem concerned, but I think that, they're allowed to comment on any of them, so, that they're sort of open to do all that.
You're not saying not have comment on each of the 3 items. You're saying the public comment portion.
No. I am saying that the comment on the 3 items will be handled under the early public comment for the evening portion, and they are welcome to speak on any of those 3 items at that time.
Right. I think I understand.
Yeah. So I just think it makes it a little bit simpler for the public. They know at the beginning, I can get up, speak. We're going to have the phones, so I'll be alternating between in-person and phone, kind of back and forth, until one of them runs out or the other, We will give people a number, so when they sign up, they'll get a number, and then the clerk will say, right now we're on numbers 25 through 35 or whatever, so they'll kind of know I'm coming up next. Of course, when they're in queue on the phones, they know that. They tell them you're 12 people away or whatever, so they'll be aware. I think it'll just help us be a little smoother and allow our neighbors to kind of know, that they get to speak right up front. They can speak to all that, and then we'll sort of move on to the sort of business of the meeting. So if you're willing to do that, then is 4 hours too much? Is it the right amount? Last time we had 2.5 hours, and we didn't quite get to. There could have been a total of 2.5 hours with the number of people, and it ended up being like 2:10, something like that. So it's kind of double what we had last time is what I was planning for. So those are my thoughts. Commissioner Sacco, I think you had your hand up first.
I'm fine with a max of 4 hours. I think it kind of forces people to be organized, and I think a lot of our neighbors have been organized with their thoughts and their literal neighbors about what to do. So it's not folks like, hello, I agree. Like that could have been an email. Not to be mean, but that literally could have been an email or our e-comment. So it, I think, really prioritizes folks who have something to say. So I'm fine with that. I'm limiting it to 4 hours. I do have one ask though. Are we going to limit how many people are in that room?
Yeah, so we're working with the clerk, and this is the stuff, we're going to try to push all of this out ahead of time in all our methods possible. But, so I've asked for 30 chairs to be placed in the auditorium. We're going to clear staff out unless I have to be there. So 30 chairs, reasonably spaced, kind of like what you see back here. I mean, I really kind of visually looked and you know, it seemed like 25 was safe, so I added another 5, and that's just like kind of on the limit, I think, of what makes it accessible. Then we're going to put chairs out in the lobby so people can sit out there and listen. And then this room will be open as well. And then hopefully when people hear there's phones, that some people will choose to use that method of comment instead of being there. So that seemed to keep us and everyone else safe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I move that we change our rules for the August 4th meeting, that the early public comments for the morning and afternoon session would only be on early and morning and afternoon items, that we would have one public comment session for all 3 ordinances in the evening. We would have 4 hours of maximum public comment. And I guess one other thing, so I guess it's motion, yeah.
Second.
Okay.
And then I have one request, I don't think it has to be in there, but I think if we could take a break every hour for like 5 minutes during public comment, just for us to go back, use the bathroom, and be able to kind of.
Sure, sir, we'll stop the clock when we do that. But yeah, I'm all for taking some periodic recesses, because you don't realize how much energy it takes to sit there and be attentive, you know, for long periods of time. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I think that these are very, very good management techniques that you're putting in. I wonder, you would consider one other thing. A change of venue.
So we fully intended to try to do that. We were looking and all that. The problem is the notice was already sent that said for City Hall. We were working with the Blunt Center for that wonderful room you saw there. I mean, it was really the intention to try to do that, but we already missed that.
That's okay. Well, one good thing today, on GNV, the notice is out with the telephone numbers to call in, and I think that is excellent. And I just want to announce here today, we had a death in our family. The service, the service will be next Thursday morning, so I will be gone the morning and the afternoon, but I will definitely be with you. I'll be with you for the easy.
This is Larry, right?
Larry, yeah. So
he handled my dad's arrangements, and I mean, he's just that was a sad piece of news here, but okay.
So just want to be on the record.
Okay,
I won't be here.
there are a couple big items in the morning, so you can just get with the manager on those and make sure that we're up to date. Streetery downtown strategic plan, so, but the afternoon ordinances, I think, are pretty straightforward, and so I think it should be good. Okay, thank you for letting me know that. You said you as well, Madam Manager?
For the morning, I will definitely.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so motion, again, it's limit public comment to 4 hours, early public comment in the morning and afternoon will be only on those items. Public comment in the evening then will happen first, and will be over all of the, any or all of the 3 ordinances that we hear. And then after that public comment will be just the commission deliberation, motions, and then a vote on each of those. Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. The Duncan Walker absent. Thank you very much. Anybody else have any comment? I know it's late. We're hungry. Tired. Okay.
Some of us have planning council.
Some of you have planning council. Don't go. It's friendly.
It's on Zoom, don't give it that much.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you all.